Good morning. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The Trump administration is facing possible contempt charges over 2 deportation flights to El Salvador.
A federal judge is now threatening to hold the Trump administration in criminal contempt for violating his orders last month to turn around those 2 planes carrying deportees to El Salvador. Judge James Boseberg saying the administration displayed a willful disregard for his order. His investigation could eventually include officials testifying under oath or the appointment of an independent lawyer to prosecute the administration.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio reporting there. Meantime, the White House claims to have court documents that show that Salvadoran man deported from Maryland has a violent past. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt on charges brought against Kilmar Abrega Garcia in 2022.
Court ordered that the respondent committed the following acts of abuse. Once in May of 2021, assault in any degree. And on May 4th of 2021, he punched and scratched his wife, ripped off her shirt, and grabbed and bruised her.
And U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi produced a gang interview field sheet from cops in Prince George's County, Maryland, that Abrego Garcia was an active member of MS-13 in 2019 with the rank of Chakeo with a nickname of Chile. Locally, a man has been arrested for attacking a woman who had gone out for her morning run in Murfreesboro Monday morning. 23-year-old Xavier Carter has been charged with multiple counts.
Police say the man attacked the 18-year-old who was walking on the trail behind the Oaklands Park on Maney Avenue around 8:30 Monday morning. That man was caught stealing from a gas station later that afternoon and taken into custody.
That's Channel 4's Lydia Fielder. Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
After a few calm days for the markets, investors once again thrust into turmoil on renewed tariff fears. The Dow sank nearly 700 points. The S&P dropped 121, and the Nasdaq plummeted 516 points, or 3%. Stocks fell after NVIDIA disclosed new U.S. restrictions of its H20 chip exports to China. The fear is the chips could be used to build a supercomputer. The restrictions could mean a hit of $5.5 billion to NVIDIA's results for the first quarter. Competitor Advanced Micro Devices also dropped after it said U.S. limits on exports to China could equal an $800 million hit for inventory and other charges. Remarks from Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell also weighed on the market. He warned of the challenging impacts to come from uncertainty around President Trump's trade policy, saying he expects higher inflation and slower growth. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Well, things look good on the futures market so far this morning. We've got Dow futures up 313 points. The Nasdaq futures rising 177. S&P futures gaining 45. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, got to watch yourself on 65 in the northbound side before Louisville Highway, exit 98. It is a road work happening there. They've got the right lane blocked off and a lot of traffic behind it that's stacked up. Now, TDOT is saying that this is a holiday starting tonight at 6 p.m. through Monday at 6 a.m., so they won't be doing any road work, and that'll be a nice way to celebrate Easter. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. If you do nothing else today, you've got to be listening, Joan and KGB, at 5:35.
Because?
I am going to play one of the most unhinged rants I have ever heard.
Wait, is it
And I've heard a lot of unhinged rants.
LJ initials?
Or
LJ.
KO?
Yes, it is LJ.
Okay,
It
good.
is LJ.
Really?
Letitia James.
Yes.
Worse than Keith Oberman?
Yes.
Yeah, oh,
worse
yeah.
than Keith
That-
Oberman.
You know that's saying something.
And her words
That is-
say a lot. She's panicking. And she is absolutely
be.
unhinged. If you haven't heard the story, then I'm going to get into the big story of the day. And there are several. But Letitia James, of course, you know that she is in the crosshairs of the Trump administration. She's been caught lying to financial institutions for better loans, which is exactly what she tried to get Donald Trump on. And her response is, oh boy. So I cannot wait to play that for you. That is coming up. Also, are Republicans running from Donald Trump? We keep hearing from the Democrats that the Republicans are running from Donald Trump. What does Harry Enton say over at CNN? You've got to hear this as well. So we've got a lot going on here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line, by the way, is open at 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Go to my page on X, so you can follow me on @DanMandisShow. I have linked to a story from our friends at the Tennessee Star. They are now reporting that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was stopped in our state back in 2022, and he was suspected of human trafficking. Abrego Garcia was suspected, and this is, Michael Patrick Leahy, the Tennessee Star. You can read the whole thing. Find it on X @DanMandisShow. But here's what they say. Abrego Garcia was suspected of being engaged in human trafficking by a Tennessee Highway Patrol officer who detained him back in December of 2022, leading the THP to contact the FBI for guidance. Within 2 hours, the FBI, under Joe Biden, ultimately requested the THP release Garcia and the passengers in his vehicle. And THP complied with that request. Unbelievable. You know what I'd be curious about? I would be curious who those 7 other people in that car were. Because, when you see these things, right, you see the human trafficking that goes on, and sometimes they get pulled over, sometimes they get into car accidents, and the doors fling open and everybody just scatters like cockroaches. That's what this was like. But I want to know who else was in that car and what crimes they have committed. That's what I want to know. Here's the story. The Star learned from sources familiar with the incident that Abrego Garcia was stopped for an unknown reason on December 6th of 2022. The THP officer responsible for the stop immediately discovered Abrego Garcia was transporting 7 passengers with 8 individuals inside the vehicle. During a nearly 2-hour traffic stop, the Tennessee Highway Patrol officer determined that Abrego Garcia was operating the vehicle, here's a shocker, without a valid driver's license, and began searching for information about him. One source telling the Star that the Tennessee Highway Patrol ultimately discovered Abrego Garcia was on a terrorist watch list, but could not locate Abrego Garcia on a deportation list. Another source telling the Star the THP did not discover Abrego Garcia on a terrorist watch list, but that another one of the 7 passengers in the vehicle may have been on a terrorist watch list. And they just let him go. So you've got Abrego Garcia, no license, pulled over. He's got 7 people in the car. Abrego Garcia on a terrorist watch list. They could not locate him, though, on a deportation list. Again, another source telling the Star that THP did not discover Abrego Garcia on a terrorist watch list, but that another one of the 7 passengers in the vehicle may have been on a terrorist watch list. I think we can all agree that it's a little sus when you've got a dude with 7 other, I'm assuming, clearly illegal aliens in a car. The guy has no driver's license, and they're all, at least one of them, was on a terrorist watch list. So they contact the FBI, and the FBI says, "Oh, let him go. Nothing to see here." THP subsequently called the FBI, which was then led by former Director Christopher Wray under the Biden administration. The FBI instructed the THP officers at the scene to capture photographs of all 8 people in the vehicle and document its contents. Once the photographs were captured, this source telling the Star the FBI requested THP release all 8 individuals and that the THP officers complied with this request. I want to know who these other 7 were, because we already know that Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 gangbanger. I want to know what these other 7 ultimately ended up doing. As our own Tennessee Highway Patrol pulls these guys over, according to the Star, contacts the FBI, and they say, let him go. Unbelievable. But this is the Biden administration. Information about this incident, including the identity of the THP officer, the officer's badge number, and the computerized dispatch report code assigned to the incident, are all known to the Tennessee Star, which is currently, they say, withholding the information. Would like to know why, but I'm sure that they'll get around to that. Sources familiar with the computerized dispatch report of the incident telling the Tennessee Star that the officer who filed the report confirmed that the 7 individuals in the van were being transported from Texas to Maryland by Abrego Garcia. Notably, it is a misdemeanor offense in the state of Tennessee to operate a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license. Anyone convicted of this Class B misdemeanor faces up to 6 months in jail. They've reached out to all the different agencies asking for responses, and they are waiting to hear back. The Tennessee Star is.
This is a frightening story. That's just one time that it happened. How many times has it happened that we don't know about?
Well, that's exactly right, Joan. And they could have they pulled him over. They could have held him under, I would assume, Tennessee law for driving without a license. I mean, I don't know why. And there's a lot of questions here.
Oh, yeah.
And we don't have all of the answers. This story just came out, hours ago. But, I mean, that would be my question. Because we have learned with the situation with Chris Hand, when he got hit by a non-English speaking, no-license illegal alien, that the THP officers, it's up to the officer's discretion as to whether or not they bring the person in.
Right. They can shrug their shoulders and let him go like they did in Chris's case.
Yeah. So why wouldn't, in this case, and maybe this is why the Tennessee Star is withholding the name of this officer. But okay, they contact the FBI. You've got at least one of the guys on the terrorist watch list, maybe two. I don't know. It seems a little conflicting in that one paragraph. But at least one of them was on the terrorist watch list. Clearly, all of these guys are illegal aliens. The very least that the officer could have done was taken in Abrego Garcia and contacted, maybe local authorities, but brought him in for driving without a license. Then they could have eventually figured out that all these guys are illegal aliens and pop them for human trafficking.
So is THP under an obligation to follow what the FBI tells them to do?
That's what I don't know.
I don't understand why they have jurisdiction over something that's happening in a state.
I mean, that is a great question because he was violating state law.
Correct.
He was violating state law by driving without a license. And so you would think, and maybe I'll try to reach out to some folks this morning to find out why they felt compelled to listen to the FBI when, in fact, he was breaking, number one, there's got to be some state laws regarding human trafficking within the state of Tennessee. There's got to be state laws as it relates to that going through the state of Tennessee. And certainly he violated state law by driving without a license. So I don't know. I don't know why nobody did anything. It's like here in the state of Tennessee, there does seem to be a rather lackadaisical approach to these dirtbags in our country driving without a license, can't speak English, violating our laws, running into our cars, and endangering our people in the state of Tennessee. The hell, man? It's almost like you listen to some of these state legislators and you hear them talk, and they like to talk tough about illegal immigration. And, we're working with and cooperating with the Trump administration, trying to deport illegal aliens and so forth. Well, how about this? How about come up with some legislation within the state legislature and then signed by the damn governor where if a THP officer or if any officer pulls over a guy who doesn't have a damn license, can't speak the language, then it is imperative and mandatory that you haul their ass into court and then deport them. Why don't they do something like that? Get really tough on crime so that you make it non-favorable to illegal aliens coming into our state, because that's what's happening. They're coming into our state because they apparently know that they can get away with it. Because when they get pulled over by a cop and they can't speak English and they've got a bunch of illegal damn aliens in their car and they're transporting across our state, that they're just going to be able to get away with it. Well, that escalated quickly. It is 5:18. Jones, what are we doing? We got to do traffic right now. Did we do traffic?
We did not.
Joan, you got me all riled up.
That's good, though.
5:18. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Okay, so you've got road work on 65, the northbound side, right around exit 98 this morning, and they've blocked off the right lane there. Stop and go traffic for a long time behind it as well. And a reminder that TDOT goes on holiday starting at 6 o'clock tonight through Monday at 6 a.m., so they won't be starting any construction spots in that time period as they take a break for Easter. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, very good. Weather today, a high of 78 and partly cloudy. You know what I'm talking about, Joan? You know what I'm saying, though?
That you're all riled up? Yeah, I know.
No, I mean, why do you leave it up to the discretion of the officer that pulls over a non-English speaking, no driver's license, illegal alien? And why is it not mandatory for that officer to charge that person with a crime and do whatever it is that they need to do legally so that you pull that person off the streets? So why is it up to the officer's discretion? Exactly.
And that happened in 2022. So is it different now? Are they still doing these practices?
No, that's the well, yes, apparently they are because that's what happened with Chris Hand.
Chris, yeah. So something's got to change, like pronto.
Yeah, you hear the the state lawmakers talk, and it's like, well, we need to look at this legislatively. Well, you've known that this has been a problem for a long time. I actually had a horrifying thought. Abrego Garcia was going to Maryland, right? He's got 7 of these dirtbags traveling to Maryland.
One known to be on the terrorist watch list.
What happened? What happens if one of those guys turns out to be the one that killed Rachel
Morin? Yeah.
I thought about that. Now, I think if I remember correctly, that dude, he was in other states as well. I don't really know. But it is rather a horrifying thought. So anyway, we'll have to see where this ultimately goes. It is 5:21 on Nashville's Morning News. But if you want to read that article from the Tennessee Star, local angle now with the Tennessee Star reporting that Kilmar Abrego Garcia stopped in our state back in 2022. I'm not sure if that was before or after he beat the hell out of his wife, but we've got more on that story as well straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. By the way, watch us on Facebook if you would. You can watch us on YouTube, Facebook, X, and also on our website, supertalk997wtn.com. By the way, what is our KGB every single morning, Joan? We struggle over what the Daily Dan poll should be. Remind me, KGB, what is our Daily Dan poll today on YouTube?
Yes. So do you think if Judge James Boseberg, did I say that right?
Yeah.
Is impeached, then Democrats will go after conservative judges? Do you think this will happen? Yes or no?
Yeah, because there's a lot of folks that are saying, because, he's going after Trump again. I've got that story. But you know what I don't get about Boseberg? He doesn't have jurisdiction.
He doesn't.
That's what the Supreme Court said.
How does he have so much say over what the administration is doing?
I don't know.
And he's going to haul him now in for contempt? I mean, he could jail people for this.
Yeah. Didn't Mark Levin actually tweeted out that Boseberg was actually in contempt of court?
Ha.
Right. In contempt of the Supreme Court.
Yeah. Yes.
Because Boseberg does not have jurisdiction. That was the Supreme Court's ruling. So,
he's loving the publicity. I guarantee you. He wants to be on interviews. He wants to be on CNN. He wants to be on The View.
No, I don't. You know what?
Nope. He's on the take.
He's on the take. Yeah. I mean, you've got a great point, KGB. I'm not saying you're wrong, but he hasn't been running around doing interviews. But what he has been doing is at every turn, he's trying to block Trump from doing what he needs to do. I think it is clear that Boseberg is part of the resistance within the Democrat Party. I'm sorry. So what does the poll say?
It's 95% yes.
Okay. So the poll question is, should the Republicans try to impeach Boseberg, which, by the way, the chances of him actually getting impeached are slim to none because of the numbers in the House. There's a lot of Republicans who would not go along with Boseberg getting impeached, so it's a numbers game. And the House Republicans don't have the numbers to actually impeach Boseberg, and then you go to the Senate and same issue there. So bottom line is, the question is, do we start going down that road? Because then when the Democrats, Lord help us, get back in power, then they could do the same thing to conservative judges. And
they might even go after people in the Supreme Court.
And
like
they could.
The actual Supreme Court, not a state Supreme Court.
They could. So, anyway. 524, Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 5:30?
Well, we'll have the latest information about Kilmar Abrego Garcia's past. Also, President Trump does an end run around Chuck Schumer to get a nominee placed in New York. We've got those stories and more coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
.529, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 89.7 WTN. I think Joan, in that last segment, I think I was channeling my inner Letitia James.
Were you screeching and high-pitched and buggy-eyed?
I'm always high-pitched. Let's all be honest about that. Sometimes I get a little screechy, but
you got your eyes fixed, so you're not buggy-eyed anymore.
I'm no longer buggy-eyed. No, that's exactly right.
One down.
One down. By the way, this is funny. Joan, do you know what the phrase happy birthday means on this radio show, on Nashville's Morning News? Do you know the significance of the phrase happy birthday?
I apparently I don't, because I think it means happy birthday.
All right. So I don't know why, but a couple of super texters are super texting in this morning.
Yeah.
And wishing, I guess, me or whatever it is, a happy birthday.
Oh.
I'm not sure why suddenly today, but we'll just revisit a classic Mandis moment on Nashville's Morning News, just very briefly. I don't know why it's come up today. It seems rather random, but whatever. And also audio from Letitia James. You have got to hear to believe. And Harry Enton. Are the Republicans leaving Donald Trump? It's all straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning. It's 5:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Stick around for the forecast coming up right here after the news. After Maryland Democrat Senator Chris Van Hollen's unsuccessful trip to El Salvador to press for the release of MS-13 gang member Kilmar Abrego Garcia, new details were released about Garcia's past.
In 2021, his wife obtained a temporary protective order against him, in which she said she was slapped, hit with an object, and detained against her will.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio there. And the Tennessee Star reporting, as Dan was just telling us, that Garcia was detained during a traffic stop in Tennessee in 2022 with 7 passengers in his vehicle. Tennessee Highway Patrol suspected he was trafficking while driving without a driver's license and in the country illegally. But a call to the FBI for guidance ended with the FBI instructing the THP officers to release Garcia and his passengers. President Trump has sidestepped an effort by Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer to block one of his nominees for U.S. Attorney in the Southern District of New York. Schumer planned to use what's called a blue slip tradition, in which a senator from that state can block nominees in his own state. Trump announced last night that Jay Clayton will serve as the interim U.S. attorney instead. Clayton served in the first Trump administration and has previously been confirmed by the Senate. Vanderbilt University Medical Center says it's ending all DEI programs and it will now comply with President Trump's executive order. The move comes after Tennessee Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn sent a letter to that hospital system accusing it of concealing the DEI work by using password protection for web pages tied to DEI and climate activism. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. We still have the road work that's going on 65 in the northbound lanes here. North of Goodlettsville, the traffic is backed up from Goodlettsville all the way up to that spot this morning. That's exit 98 where that construction spot is, and the right lane is blocked off by it. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, then at 9.7 WTN. Good morning to you. We're going to play just fun with audio in this segment. So
I like it.
We can all just kind of react to some of the audio that is out there today. By the way, from the somewhat bizarre, 2133 has texted into the super text line. He says, I think I'm going to dress a mannequin up like Dan and put him in my passenger seat so that I can drive in the HOV lane anytime I please.
You can only do that if you pet him.
Wow, that guy, you're weirder than I thought.
Yeah.
I don't know what's weirder, the petting or the guy who wants to make a mannequin of you.
So people
That's a government watch list kind of thing.
So people are saying happy birthday. KGB said, why are people saying happy birthday on the super
cake,
text?
Yeah.
So, I mean, years ago, this was, I think, probably 3 years ago or so, I was here in the seat, and I'm looking at my phone, and I realized as I was getting ready to go on the air that it was my brother's birthday. It was on October 9th. And I realized, oops, I forgot my brother's birthday. As I'm cracking the mic, instead of saying good morning, I randomly said happy birthday. And so Ken and Johnny are like, what? Whose birthday? Why are you?
You having a stroke?
Yeah, you okay? You smell pennies?
So it just devolved into absolute lunacy from that point forward. And so now,
that's good.
Happy birthday. I mean, I'll be walking the streets sometimes, not in a prostitutional kind of way. I'm just walking around in mall or whatever, grocery store. And somebody will come up to me and they'll say, hey, 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 or they'll say happy birthday. And it's just, or they'll like come in for a hug. And now I know that people are going to start trying to pet me. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It's just these things happen on the show. And
they never forget.
And they never forget. They don't. But I think of more importance is, why do they always happen on my show? Like, what is it about me that I shank these things so often and these weird things happen? It's like these things never happen to like Matt Murphy. These things never happen to like Chris Hand. Chris Hand is like the epitome of cool.
To be fair, they have never said,
I would love a piece of that wood.
In their defense.
See, I don't know why those things come out of my mouth. I don't know why that happens.
Well,
But
Dan,
they do.
It's what makes you charming.
Yeah,
is that what it is?
Yeah,
Charming?
That's that word you use when you want to describe someone in a nice way.
Sure.
Yeah.
But they're not here. They're here for the information, but they're also waiting for these moments. They're waiting for these moments that they can laugh about later on.
Well, they typically don't have to wait long. By the way, 1774 says the guy didn't want to have a mannequin in his car. He wanted to have a Daniken.
Ha!
A Mandiskin?
A Daniken. A Daniken.
Daniken, I think that's good.
You know what? Maybe we can convince the people in the promotions department and the corner office. Maybe we can have a station promotion. We can have a bunch of Danikens made.
Right. So people can put them in their cars and break the law.
That's exactly
perfect,
right.
Dan.
Or a Dan Pinata.
Listen, here's the thing, Joan, is that all legal American citizens would get busted.
Right.
With the Daniken.
Right.
But if you're an illegal alien, it's okay.
It's on the news, like 6 reports come in of like 6 Danikins just in the cars during like
That'd actually be
carpool
pretty
lanes.
funny. All right, moving right along. Let's see here. So Letitia James, she is losing her ever-loving mind. And the reason why she's losing her ever-loving mind is because she is realizing now that she has been caught red-handed trying to do what she charged Donald Trump with doing, which was lying to financial institutions for better loans. And we talked about this yesterday, where this is, everybody knows Letitia James, and she went after Trump for lying about the value of his property, completely BS and bogus. Well, now it turns out that she has been caught red-handed doing the same thing. So just real quickly to retrace, and I'll play you this audio. It is classic. Yesterday, the story broke that the Trump administration is looking at the fact that she herself has lied on loan forms. She claimed a home in Virginia was her primary residence when in reality she was living in New York. That's number one. And as the Attorney General, by the way, she has to have a primary residence of New York. And number two, she filled out forms in 1983 and in the 2000s where she, I guess, signed a loan document with her father, but her father was described as her husband on the form, clearly lying. And so now she has, again, basically been caught lying about these forms and her financial situation and so forth. So now she's giving a speech, right? And you can tell she is just losing her ever-loving mind. This went viral yesterday. You ready for this? This is Letitia James.
My mission is clear. I'm focused. I'm prepared. I'm ready. I've been trained by the best. I went to Howard University that overturned legal segregation in this country. I've been taught in those classrooms where Thurgood Marshall once taught. I'm not afraid of no president. Donald Trump, we're ready for you. We're coming for you. We're standing up for you. We're fighting on. We're not going down silent. Victory, my friends, is clear. It's now. And I'm not waiting 4 years. I'm waiting 2 until a speaker by the name of Hakeem Jeffries comes to bring us some rest. Come on, ladies. It's up to us. We saved this democracy before. We'll save it now. Let's go.
There you go. Letitia James, everybody.
You may want to send her some slippery elm.
Yeah, I was about to say she's losing it a little bit.
Yeah, she's losing more than her voice.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. At no point does she answer the allegations that she lied on these forms, that she claimed that Virginia was her primary residence when it was clearly New York, and that she co-signed a loan with her father, who she listed as her husband on these loans in the 1980s and the 2000s.
Breaking laws all over the place.
And by the way, you'll notice, and she confirms what I've been saying all along, which is the importance of having a House of Representatives that is ruled by the Republicans, because she just indicated that they will try to go after Donald Trump impeaching the president if it's under Democrat rule. You know they're already talking about that. So that is Letitia James, and I guess for the Trump administration, the bottom line is, we'll see you in court. I think she's scared. I think she knows that she messed up. I think that she knows that she's been caught, and now she's going to have to suffer the consequences. And she absolutely looks like a total hypocrite. All right.
Hold on. The National Review, literally 14 minutes ago, an article just released, just titled, "Thank You, Tish James."
What does it say?
Let's find out.
Like read it.
What do they say about Caesar's wife? It should double apply to prosecutors who nail someone to the wall for dishonest claims regarding real estate transactions, but might be tempted to engage themselves in dishonest claims regarding real estate transactions. I don't know what this is, but shelter of Donald Trump, blah, blah, blah. According to a new criminal referral, they got her there.
So it sounds like she, you know what I would say about Tish James? Just forget it. What I would say about Letitia James is thank you, because she is the epitome of hypocrisy on the left. That's what I would say. So what you're saying now is you'll go after Donald Trump, yet and here's the thing, Joan, this goes back to the 80s and the early 2000s. She knew that she had lied on her paperwork.
Can I tell you why she did that?
Why?
Because she knows, especially now, that the media will provide her all the cover she needs. She doesn't have to explain anything. The media will cover for her.
Yep, there you go. All right, now.
I think this is a hit piece. Never mind.
A hit piece on Trump?
No, a hit piece on her. The National Review might be making fun of her.
Well, I think the National Review, and I don't keep up with all the conservative versus leftist publications, but I think the National Review, they are conservative, are they not?
I, just in my head, I always think these things are actually like not a satire. I think they're real because we don't even know anymore.
Hey, completely off the subject. You know who we're going to talk to next week?
Ooh, Letitia James?
The dude who started Newsmax, Chris, is it Ruddy?
Yes.
Yeah, he started Newsmax. He's going to be on the show next week.
That's
Cannot
a big
wait.
Good for you, dude.
All right, so let's talk about Republicans. Do you think that Republicans are actually running from Donald Trump? Because that is the narrative. Listen to CNN's Harry Enton, so excited about these numbers, and I love that he absolutely pours cold water on the notion that Republicans are leaving Donald Trump.
Let's talk about Trump voters and how they feel. Do they regret their vote?
I mean, this is the big question, right? I hear all these stories, all these articles. All the Trump voters, they regret what they did back in 2024. I'm here to tell you, very few of them regret what they did back in 2024. What are we talking about? Trump voters looking back at 2024. We got a new poll out. The poll was conducted this month. What percentage would change their vote to a different candidate? We're talking just 2%, just 2%. That's not even a wide spot on the road. And then there's this additional 1% who say they would rather not vote. We're talking overall under 5% might or would have changed their vote.
And here's the thing, is that wouldn't have changed the election of 2024. You're talking about, and to hear the media talk about Donald Trump, it's like, oh, the Republicans are turning their backs on Donald Trump. We've got, voter regret. You got Kamala Harris out there saying, I told you this was going to happen. We're not buying it.
Donald Trump voters back in 2024. And then you ask, okay, the same question to Kamala Harris voters, and it turns out the numbers are rather similar. So if there was a repeat, if folks got to be able to redo their vote that they had back in 2024, would the result be any different? I doubt it would be. I doubt it would be, or it would still be extremely close. The bottom line is, for all this talk of Trump voters regretting their vote, in the numbers, it really just doesn't show up, John.
So the stickiness with Trump voters and President Trump in this presidency, how does it compare to his first presidency?
Yeah, okay. So, I was interested in sort of a historical analogy here, sort of, does this look similar or different from back in 2017, looking at 2016? Well, in February of 2017, 4% of Trump voters say they'd shift their vote. That's actually slightly more than the 3% this time around.
So this is funny. So in February of 2017, I don't even know what was going on in February of 2017, but I'm sure that they were trying to go after him, impeach him, and the whole thing. So 4% regretted their vote for Donald Trump in February of 2017. April of 2025, with all this stuff that's going on, only 3% say that they would regret or change their vote for Donald Trump. So less now than back then in 2017. Do you know I think that is, Joan?
Why is that?
I think it's because Republicans and conservatives and Donald Trump supporters, I think that we now know how full of BS the media is. And we know that based on past experiences, that the media, they are manipulators. They are narrative peddlers. We know that far more now than we did in February of 2017. So I think that is part of the reason why you have fewer Trump supporters who would change their vote now than back in 2017.
So, you look back, you say, okay, there's these Trump voters who really regret their vote. Historically speaking, they really don't regret their vote. And if anything, the number this time around is actually smaller than it was the first time around. And it's certainly smaller than the number we saw coming out of 2020, of course, after the events of January 6th. So the bottom line is this. If there's some idea out there that Trump voters are going around, man, I wish I had voted for Kamala Harris instead of Donald Trump, the numbers say that is a fanciful universe. It really, for the most part, does not exist.
And of course, the anchor who is talking to Harry Enton, looks like somebody farted in church. You can tell that they're
devastated.
Not happy. He's not happy because he's probably one of the ones that has been putting forth this narrative. So whatever. I don't regret my vote for Donald Trump. And listen, here's the thing that I would say. Even if we end up with higher prices, even if the tariff thing doesn't work out, I still don't regret my vote for Donald Trump. I don't know if there's anything, to be honest. You know what? Maybe that's, hey, KGB, Joan, what do you think of this? Would it be a better poll question to ask people, is there anything that would make you regret your vote for Donald Trump? Because I don't know.
Well, how would we make that a poll? We would need like multiple scenarios.
Well, you say yes or no. But you're right. I don't know how to formulate that into a question.
Right in the comments. Would there be something specifically that would like make you regret it? Which I'd be highly doubtful unless he said I'm taxing everyone 90%.
Yeah, he's obviously not going to do that.
Exactly.
With what we know right now, with all of the executive orders that Donald Trump has put forward, and with all of the things that he's trying to do, with what he has promised to do, I don't see that I would ever regret my vote for Donald Trump, no matter how much the media tried to paint that he is a disaster for the economy. We don't know how the tariffs are going to work out, but here's the thing. What I do know is that the man means well. I do know what is in his heart. I do know that he wants to make America great again. He wants to help our economy. He wants a level playing field as it relates to trade. I love all of those things, and they all make sense to me. The problem that Trump is going to have with all of this tariff and all the tariffs and all that, Italy is going to be in Washington, D.C. I think that's happening today. I think Japan was in the last couple of days. And so all of these negotiations are right now taking place. But here's the thing. The problem that Trump has is that we may not see the economy the way that Donald Trump envisions it for years to come. And that's the problem. Because if the economy and the prices don't go down and all of that, and we have seen inflation go down, don't get me wrong, and we've seen, better job numbers and so forth. But if this is something that is a long play, well, we've got the midterm elections, and then we've got a presidential election coming up as well. And so we run the risk as Republicans of not having the time to see all of the tariff plans play out. Because if a Democrat gets in there, if the Democrats, and I hope that they don't, but if they end up getting either the House of Representatives, I don't think they'll get the Senate, but the House of Representatives, then it's basically going to be a lame duck 2 years. Lord help us if the Democrats get the White House in 2028, because then everything that Donald Trump wanted to do ultimately stops. So if this is the long play, my fear is that the American people, the very fickle American people, won't see the value in Trump's long-term plans because we are a society that wants everything right now. So that's the problem I see, the risk that I see in what Donald Trump is trying to do. Does that make sense, Joan?
It does.
Joan wasn't listening. Joan's like my wife, where when I just start going on and on, it's just eyes starting to glaze over. And you know what, Joan? I appreciate it. I get it. I understand.
Yeah, I'm over here doing the news thing.
Oh my God! You know what Joan just did?
Thing.
You know what Joan just did?
What's I do?
So since we're talking about Happy Birthday, which harkens back years, Joan just pulled a Ken Weaver. I just cover the news, boys. Anyway, hello, Joan.
Hello.
I know you've got a newscast to write, so when I start ranting, I get it. I put on my rant pants, like Matt Murphy says.
Let's just say I agree with almost everything you say.
All right, very good.
Yeah. Coming up in the news, yeah.
It's all right. You know what? I agree with almost everything you say.
Yeah. I can't agree with everything.
Well, we got to work on that, clearly.
Okay,
I'm just
definitely.
kidding. Please go.
Yeah. Okay, so RFK Jr. Says that the rate of autism in Tennessee kids has doubled over the past decade. We've got details on that coming up and what he plans to do about it. Also, the lawsuit that's been filed over the books that have been pulled off the shelves in Rutherford County. Those stories coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$5.56. Am I going? KGB, is it my turn? Yeah, 5:56. Nashville's Morning News. Dan Matt is here. Spring rebate madness going on at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Listen to these rebates. They're always trying to save you money. A mini split 17 SEER or heat pump 17 SEER. That is an $800 rebate. Heat pumps 15 and 16 SEER. That's a $500 rebate. And duct sealing or repair. That is a $300 rebate. So many ways to save with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You join the Beehive Club today. You get a $50 rebate on your spring and fall tune-up. That means that you've already saved enough money to pay for the Beehive membership for the year. Find them online, busybeehvac.com, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Again, busybeehvac.com.
Good morning, now 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The rate of autism in Tennessee kids doubled over the last decade. Researchers at Vanderbilt University issuing a study yesterday. While VUMC claims the results of this is the result of greater awareness and better diagnosis. But HHS Secretary RFK Jr. says that explanation only covers a small portion of the diagnoses. He says autism is preventable and has an environmental link.
Instead of listening to this canard of epidemic denial, all you have to do is start reading a little science, because the answer is very clear. And this is catastrophic for our country. These are kids this is a preventable disease.
He's launched an effort to find the cause by the end of September. A new lawsuit filed over the inappropriate books that have been removed from school shelves in Rutherford County.
The ACLU filed the suit against Rutherford County Board of Education yesterday. Now, this is behalf of 3 Rutherford County families and PEN America, a national free expression organization. 32 of PEN America's author members had 53 books banned or even restricted in that county from August of 2023 up until this current month.
In fact, 111 books have been banned in Rutherford County schools. Hamas is facing a cash problem. The Wall Street Journal reporting today that the terrorist organization has been devastated by targeted Israeli military attacks and a depletion of its financial resources, and it can no longer afford to pay its fighters. Others have received only half their $200 to $300 monthly checks. In Gaza, there are no digital payment systems, and the terrorist organization's ability to distribute cash has been deeply damaged. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stock futures were higher overnight as investors worked to recover from yesterday's heavy losses. The Dow Jones on Wednesday fell nearly 700 points. The S&P gave up 2.25%. The Nasdaq Composite took the heaviest hit at more than 3%. Retail sales rose 1.4% last month, the highest increase since January 2023. But economists warn that economic uncertainty over tariffs is driving down consumer sentiment. For its part, Ford may raise prices for its cars and trucks as early as next month in response to those tariffs. A once popular college spring break destination is rolling up its red carpet. Officials in Panama City say they intend to crack down on rowdy or violent spring breakers and to promote family-friendly events. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Stock futures mixed now. The Dow futures are down 486 points, but the Nasdaq futures are up by 140. S&P futures on the plus side by 27. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, they're working on that spot. It's a road work on 65, the northbound lane. So heading away from Nashville this morning on 65 northbound at exit 98. They're working on the right lane and it's blocked off, and stop and go traffic from exit 96 up to 98. This should end by 6 o'clock this morning. Now, Laurel Hill, there's a crash on 24. The westbound lanes at Bell Road, exit 59. Not a big delay behind that one. And just keep in mind that TDOT goes on its Easter break starting at 6 o'clock tonight through 6 a.m. on Monday. No road work to deal with as you head off on your holiday. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.608, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, coming up, I don't know if you folks saw or heard the testimony, if you will, of Patty Morin, Rachel Morin's mother, at the White House press briefing yesterday. Holy mackerel. If you haven't, I've got some audio bites, but if you haven't, go find me on X at Dan Mandas Show. It is incredible. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that because, of course, there are all kinds of things in the news regarding illegal immigration. Of course, that still one of the biggest stories out there today is the deportation of this Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Pam Bondi was on Sean Hannity last night. We know, we've been talking about how the media continues to insist that this guy is some sort of a loving husband and a loving father. Well, it turns out that is not the case. It turns out that same woman who has been out there talking about how wonderful her husband is actually is a wife beater. And Pam Bondi, again, was on Sean Hannity's show, and she was talking about just that.
In 2021, his girlfriend previously, his wife at the time, who he had married in jail after he'd gotten numerous tickets, didn't show up for court. He marries her in jail. She has a baby with him. And as a career domestic violence prosecutor, too, I know it takes a lot for any woman to come into court and say they're a victim of domestic violence. This woman came into court twice, getting a restraining order against him, saying it's horrific. He had beaten her. He had punched her in the eye. He had ripped her clothes off. What causes a young mother to do this? Her child was with her. She talked about her child in the petition for an injunction for safety. Ultimately, she didn't show up for court.
So you could not ask for a better poster child for the Democrats than Abrego Garcia. So she's now come out and she admitted that, yes, she did file a restraining order back then, but they've worked out their issues. CNN, by the way, and others have viewed the petition and said that this guy hit her multiple times, scratched her as well. And CNN states it this way. The Trump administration's release of the documents come as part of its renewed push to portray Abrego Garcia, who they say has not been charged with or convicted of any crime, as a violent and dangerous criminal and a member of MS-13. Now, I love how they say this renewed push. What they're trying to do is they're trying to obviously make this guy into some sort of a hero, just like they tried to do with George Floyd. Now, here's the deal. The Trump administration is justifying his deportation. And here's the bottom line. Dude was illegal, period. And so if they want to bring, and we've said this 1,000 times, if they want to bring him back, that's fine. He'll just be deported again. But the media is trying to continue this push to paint this dude as a fine member of society, which clearly he's not. In the 5 o'clock hour, I was telling you that there is a Tennessee connection to all this. Intrepid independent reporter Andy No is reporting that back in 2022, Kilmar Abrego Garcia was detained in Tennessee on suspicion of human trafficking. The Tennessee Star goes into detail on this. The Tennessee Highway Patrol was instructed to release him, Abrego Garcia, and 7 other people in the car by Joe Biden's FBI. Garcia was transporting 7 illegal aliens to Maryland. He was driving without a license. He's an illegal alien, and they just let him go. So I talked about that in great detail in the 5 o'clock hour. I'll continue to revisit it. That's a great story and a great job by our friends at the Tennessee Star. His wife says in a statement, "We were able to work through this situation privately as a family, including by going to counseling. Our marriage," she says, "only grew stronger in the years that followed. No one is perfect," she says, "and no marriage is perfect." She says this is not a justification for ICE's action of abducting him and deporting him to a country where he was supposed to be protected from deportation, which is true. He wasn't supposed to be deported to El Salvador. But again, if for whatever reason they end up sending him back here, we'll just deport him to someplace else. She says Kilmar has always been a loving partner and a father. Well, that's not the case because you filed 2 restraining orders against him because he beat you up. So he's not always been a loving partner. She says, "I'll continue to stand by him and demand justice for him," whatever. So now you have this evidence out that this guy, in my opinion, clearly is a bad guy, clearly not the loving father that the Democrats and the media are portraying him to be. Now, what about the evidence?
When he was stopped in 2019 by the anti-gang squad, they stopped him at a Home Depot with 3 other members. And here's what's very important. He was wearing a sweatshirt with gang insignia on it. The guy he was with, another MS-13 known member, had a tattoo with very similar insignia on it.
So these 2 courts deemed this dude a member of MS-13. The local cops said he was a member of MS-13. And the government's own informants have also said, yeah, he's one of them. So clearly, yeah, this guy is part of MS-13.
And also, they independently went to a reliable, confidential informant who said not only is he a member of MS-13, he gave them the clique, the Westerns, and he was called a Chicao, which is one of the higher-ranking MS-13 members. So they rightfully detained him, rightfully. An immigration judge agreed. An appellate immigration judge agreed.
All right. So Trump's administration did their job, fulfilled the promises that they ran on. They've deported a guy who is not only an MS-13 gang member, but also a guy who is a woman beater.
And every liberal journalist who has called him a Maryland man and saying he was rightfully in this country should be apologizing tonight to President Trump.
All right. So now coming up, the story of Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen. Have you seen this guy clearly making a spectacle out of going to El Salvador? Oh, my goodness. It is classic Democrats, and I've got the details straight ahead. 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN. .616 on WTN. As far as your weather today, it's going to be nice, high of 78 and partly cloudy. So this story has been reverberating all day yesterday, and so this is great. The media, of course, still defending this Abrego Garcia. But Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen, I don't know, Joan, if you've seen his multiple appearances on television, his multiple videos.
You don't ever see from him. And then all of a sudden, this issue really brings him out.
Oh, he is everywhere. The senator from Maryland, Chris Van Hollen, he's now made it to El Salvador, and this is performative. He's got video of him inside of a airport, inside of the car, leaving the airport. Then once he gets to the, I guess it's the jail there in El Salvador, and he's surrounded by reporters.
I also told his wife and family that I would try to meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia while I was here. So I asked the vice president if I could meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia. And he said, well, you need to make earlier provisions to go visit CCOT. I said, I'm not interested at this moment in taking a tour of CCOT. I just want to meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia. He said he was not able to make that happen.
So I'm thinking about all this, about how this dude, the senator, is in El Salvador and he can't see the guy. Could I ask a question? Why did he fly, typical Democrat planning, why did he fly all the way to El Salvador when he actually didn't have any concrete plans or permission to see the guy?
Right. He set himself up for disaster.
Yes.
It was the dumbest move, and he used taxpayer funds to get himself there.
He sure did. It is so ridiculous. And again, every few minutes, the senator is posting video of himself all over the place, whether, again, it is on the way to the airport, at the airport, landing at the airport, in the transportation vehicle, I guess, going to wherever it is that he went to, and he didn't have any concrete plans. It's all about him. And again, the Democrats, they are on the wrong side of this story.
I asked him if I came back next week, whether I'd be able to see Mr. Abrego Garcia. He said he couldn't promise that either. The Trump administration is lying about Abrego Garcia.
Really? Okay. Lying about Abrego Garcia. Here's the deal. Caroline Leavitt was on fire yesterday, and yes, she did bring the receipts.
And here is the order right here. The court ordered that the respondent committed the following acts of abuse. Once in May of 2021, assault in any degree. And on May 4th of 2021, he punched and scratched his wife, ripped off her shirt, and grabbed and bruised her.
Yep.
This is from a court in Maryland.
Yeah, and the White House press corps, of course, awfully silent about these things as she went through all of this evidence.
So not only are Democrats rushing to defend an illegal criminal foreign terrorist gang member, but also an apparent woman beater. To set all of that aside, the basic fact that he was illegally inside our country and had a lawful deportation order made him subject to removal back to his home country of El Salvador. And if he ever ends up back in the United States, he would immediately be deported again. Nothing will change the fact that Abrego Garcia will never be a Maryland father. He will never live in the United States of America again.
Well, that's exactly right. That, again, is Caroline Leavitt. And the left, no matter how hard they try to make this dude an upstanding citizen, he's not. And they'll continue to go through, I don't know why it is. They don't realize that they're on the losing side of all of this. But they do. The Democrats do. And they are on the wrong side of this. And so for the Trump administration, I don't believe that they are in the wrong with deporting this guy and sending him to this El Salvador jail. We've gone through all of this. El Salvador's president has said, listen, I'm not going to release him. And that's the bottom line. The president of El Salvador, Bukele, I think that's his name, has literally said, I'm not going to release him. And so really now, if you've got a problem, go see Bukele. And that's what Van Hollen was trying to do. He wanted to go see the president of El Salvador. Now, moving on from there, but in a related issue, the mother of Rachel Morin. Joan, did you see this as a mother?
I did, man.
Did you see?
Break your heart stuff.
Oh, my gosh. I've got, and I'm always cognizant of kids in the car. So, but she went through what they found, and this is in front of the White House press corps. She went through the final moments of her daughter's life And she did this in front of the White House press corps. What Patty Morin had to say to Senator Chris Van Hollen and other people who are critical of the Trump administration, really, really compelling testimony in front of the White House press corps. That and a whole lot more. Straight ahead, 621. Joan, what's coming up in the news?
Yeah, lawmakers have approved Governor Bill Lee's budget, but we'll tell you what they stripped out of it before giving it the okay. That's coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$622, Dan Mandis here from my carpet cleaning company, Zero Res. Now, I've been a client of Zero Res for years and years, and that's why I'm so excited to endorse Zero Res, because I can tell you from personal experience from years of having my carpets cleaned with Zero Res that they are terrific. You know, they do really help my allergies. Carpet is the #1 air filter inside your home. It filters out airborne particulates. We're talking about pollen, bacteria, you name it. Zero Res is going to filter out the bad stuff so you can keep your filter clean. And Zero Res does this better than anyone. They don't use any harsh chemicals. They don't use any harsh soaps. Just powered water that leaves behind soft and fluffy carpets. Now remember, a clean filter means a healthier home. And here in allergy season, that is critical for you and your family. Now, one of the things I really like about Zero Res is the fact that they don't raise their prices. I mean, they haven't raised their prices in years, and every month, a new offer to save you money. In this month, two rooms of carpets cleaned for just $109 plus, you are going to get a free hallway. One more time. 2 rooms of carpets cleaned for just $109, and you get that free hallway, and they're offering you 25% off of area rugs. Restrictions may apply. Call them 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376. Book online, ZeroResNashville.com. $625 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here for my window company, Window Nation. I endorse these folks because they did great work for me. Now, if you've got old and inefficient windows, it is time to upgrade with Window Nation. You know, they were ranked highest on Forbes' list of best window installers. That's right, Window Nation. They put new windows in my basement studio, my kitchen, and my bedroom. They look fantastic. They can do the same thing for you. And right now, a great deal for listeners to my show. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 additional windows absolutely free, plus no payments or interest until 2027. Now, these windows are energy efficient, so not only are you saving money on install, but on your electricity bills as well. Now, how do I know that you're going to be happy with Window Nation? You know, they've got a 96% satisfaction rating and over 20,000 five-star reviews. Now, don't forget that great deal. You buy 4 windows, you get 4 additional windows absolutely free, plus no payments or interest until 2027. Call them, tell them Dan told you to reach out at 866-90NATION, 866-90NATION, windownation.com. .628, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Speaking of Rachel Morin, of course, Patty Morin is Rachel's mother, and she spoke to the White House press corps yesterday. It was incredible. And she was brought in, obviously, to give her testimony and her perspective on this discussion regarding the deporting of illegal alien gang members.
And to have a senator from Maryland who didn't even acknowledge or barely acknowledge my daughter and the brutal death that she endured, leaving her 5 children without a mother and now a grandbaby without a grandmother, so that he can use my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to bring back someone that's not even an American citizen.
Mm-hmm.
Why does that person have more right than I do, or my daughter, or my grandchildren? I don't understand this.
Well, she's right. Why is Senator Chris Van Hollen out of Maryland? Why does he seem to show? And I think this is a better question. Zoom out. Why do the Democrats show more compassion, show more concern and more care for these illegal alien gangbangers than the families of murder victims? Remember, one of the things that Van Hollen said is he wanted to show solidarity with Abrego Garcia's family. He never wanted to show solidarity for the family of Rachel Morin. Disgusting. 6:30, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning now, 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. They're still doing that road work this morning on 65 northbound, headed away from Nashville, but it's causing quite a delay. It's in the right lane, blocked off there at exit 98. A federal judge now threatening to hold the Trump administration in criminal contempt for violating the orders last month to turn around 2 planes carrying deportees to El Salvador. Judge James Boseberg saying that the administration displayed a willful disregard NYU law professor Rachel Barkow telling ABC the judge could actually appoint a special prosecutor in this case.
He would ask the Department of Justice to bring that contempt proceeding. If they were to say no, he said that he would appoint someone else to do it.
This despite the Supreme Court ruling that limits judges' ability to stop the president from exercising Article II foreign affairs powers. Tennessee lawmakers approving Governor Bill Lee's $60 billion state budget, but stripping out $60 million in funding for a starter home initiative and $35 million for conservation of the Duck River. They also removed money for nonprofit initiatives. The passage puts lawmakers closer toward adjourning their legislative session. And Habitat for Humanity just got a $46,000 check from the state of Tennessee to build 2 new homes in Murray County this year. That money part of a larger $500,000 statewide grant. Where those homes will be located or when they'll be built, still to be determined. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Think of Joan, and it's 6:32 on Nashville's Morning News. What big events do you have planned as we make our way through spring into summer? Whether it is a big corporate event, maybe it's a family reunion, maybe it's a wedding, a birthday, a graduation. Nashville Tent and Awning, they can help you with an incredible enclosure that can be installed anywhere. They can be temporary, they can be permanent. Now, they've been around since 1884, Nashville Tent and Awning. Now, they are a Nashville institution, and they've worked with other Nashville institutions like the Grand Ole Opry and Vanderbilt, and they've worked with the Tennessee Titans as well. Now, they are one of the top companies in Nashville, so I want you to think about your backyard. You know, with Nashville Tent and Awning, you can actually extend your living space with a backyard enclosure so that you can enjoy the nice shade as the sun gets hotter as we head into summer. If you've got an event, maybe for work coming up, they can help you there as well with a tent or enclosure. And they've got awnings for any style of building that will improve the look and feel of your office or home. Get some visuals and check them out online. It is ntaco.com. ntaco.com, 615-329-3701, 615-329-3701. Tell them Dan Mandis showed you to reach out. Solid craftsmanship and built to last since 1884, Nashville Tent and Awning.
Heading out of Dodge on 65 this morning could be a little tough. Right at Millersville exit 98. There is road work going on. The blocks off the right lane, very slow behind it. Also a crash in Laverne on 24. It's at the off-ramp to Waldron Road, exit 64. And then another on 24, the westbound side, right at Hickory Hollow Parkway, exit 60. That off-ramp also blocked off by the accident. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:35, you know, here in Middle Tennessee, the weather, you never quite know what's going to happen, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation and, yes, 24-hour monitoring as well. So when the power goes out in your neighborhood, your power at your home is going to be on, thanks to your backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. Call them. Financing is available, by the way. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. 6:36, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. How are you? There's a lot of news going on. So I want to move away from the battle over illegal immigration and what is going on with El Salvador and moronic senators and move to the Trump administration and what I believe is a really interesting conversation and story relating to Harvard University. Now, I don't know if you've seen what's going on, but basically, this is the Trump administration versus Harvard. Need some audio, KGB. Now, we've all been watching as the wave of anti-Semitism has been going on college campuses across the country. They've been just plain violent. They've been playing out on college campuses across the country. And now it is getting real for one of America's biggest universities, Harvard University.
The Trump Justice Department and the administration has asked the Internal Revenue Service to revoke Harvard University's tax-exempt status. This comes after President Trump suggested that move on Truth Social earlier in this week, that Harvard should lose its tax-exempt status. The move could cost the Ivy League institution billions of dollars. The Trump administration has already halted more than $2 billion in federal grants to the university over what the White House says was a failure to address anti-Semitism on campus.
You know, it is fascinating because you have so many people, of course, once again, media and folks on the left, siding with the wrong side. Literally, Donald Trump is saying, this is crazy. Literally, Donald Trump is saying that you're not allowed to be anti-Semitic.
At Harvard, does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Harvard's rules of bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
It can be, depending on the context.
What's the context?
Targeted as an individual, at an individual.
It's targeted at Jewish students, Jewish individuals.
Remember that moment, that stunning moment when Congresswoman Elise Stefanik was questioning then Harvard President Claudina Gay about anti-Semitism on the campus of Harvard. And they simply would not admit that anti-Semitism was happening on the campus. They said it depended on the context. And calling for the genocide of Jews, they decided it depends on the context as to whether or not that is harassment and bullying or not. And so they just kept saying, and America was horrified that they just kept saying it's all about the context.
Do you understand your testimony is dehumanizing them? Do you understand that dehumanization is part of anti-Semitism? I will ask you one more time. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Harvard's rules of bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
Anti-Semitic rhetoric.
And is it anti-Semitic rhetoric?
Anti-Semitic rhetoric when it crosses into conduct that amounts to bullying, harassment, intimidation, that is actionable conduct, and we do take action.
So the answer is yes, that calling for the genocide of Jews violates Harvard Code of Conduct, correct?
Again, it depends on the context.
It does not depend on the context. The answer is yes, and this is why you should resign. These are unacceptable answers across the board.
Yeah, it was insane. So obviously, America was horrified by these answers. And so it was crazy because at the time and now, it just seemed like they didn't care that Jewish students, young adults, were being harassed and targeted at Harvard and all these other universities as well. I mean, think about what happened. I mean, let's specifically talk about Harvard. Jewish students were spat on. They were followed. They were harassed. They were prevented from going to class. They were blocked from accessing certain parts of the school, from walking through certain parts of the school. There are documented anti-Israel protests contributing to a hostile environment. Anti-Semitic posts on Harvard-based social media platforms and chats, that kept happening as well. And you had posters defaced with images of Hitler and phrases like F the Jews and the Jews did 9/11. And it goes on and on. That's what was going on at Harvard. And so you can understand why people like, for example, Elise Stefanik, they were horrified. And remember when this was going on, we were seeing all of this anti-Semitism on the college campuses across the country, and it was playing out in real time. I mean, you had students taking over entire buildings. They were taking over entire, quads or parts of the campus where Jewish students simply, they couldn't get from one class to another, or they had to walk all the way around the school. And still they wouldn't say that that was bullying and harassment. So the Trump administration said, you've got to stop this anti-Semitic stuff from happening. And incredibly, Harvard is refusing to protect their Jewish students.
When it comes to Harvard, the president's position on this is grounded in common sense, in the basic principle that Jewish American students, or students of any faith, should not be illegally harassed and targeted on our nation's college campuses. And we unfortunately saw that illegal discrimination take place on the campus of Harvard. There are countless examples to prove it, particularly with the stunning confession by then Harvard President Claudine Gay, who said that bullying and harassment depended on the context.
Yeah, that is Caroline Leavitt. And she's spot on, of course. Why should Harvard, and I guess this is the question, why should Harvard get, number one, federal grants worth billions of dollars, and why should they continue to get tax-exempt status when all of this is going on? Because realizing when they have tax-exempt status, then ultimately they are able to utilize their money for this kind of behavior. The money that they would be saving through their tax-exempt status, then they are using that money for this kind of behavior. And so the Trump administration is like, we're not doing this anymore. We are not going to allow this kind of behavior to continue. And so Jewish Americans and all Americans are hoping to support this kind of behavior with our tax dollars. And basically the Trump administration is saying no more.
The president at that time made it clear to the American public he was not going to tolerate illegal harassment and anti-Semitism taking place in violations of federal law. So the president made it clear to Harvard, follow federal law, no longer break Title VI, which was passed by Congress to ensure no student can be discriminated against on the basis of race, and you will receive federal funding. Unfortunately, Harvard has not taken the president or the administration's demands seriously. All the president is asking, don't break federal law, and then you can have your federal funding. I think the president is also begging a good question. More than $2 billion out the door to Harvard when they have a more than $50 billion endowment. Why are the American taxpayers subsidizing a university that has billions of dollars in the bank already? Yep. And we certainly should not be funding a place where such grave anti-Semitism exists. So how much does Harvard stand to lose if they do lose this tax-exempt status? We'll talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is 6:45 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads. Weather today, a high of 78 and partly cloudy. Thanks for listening to Nashville's Morning News. And so talking about Harvard and the battle between Donald Trump, President Trump's administration, and Harvard because of their clear anti-Semitism. And now the president has come out and he is removing as much as he can. He's punishing Harvard as he should because of that anti-Semitism. The Trump administration came out and he basically said, yeah, if you want to continue to receive federal funding through grants, if you want to continue to enjoy your tax-exempt status, then you've got to stop all of the anti-Semitism. And literally, Harvard said, no, we're not going to stop this abhorrent behavior. And so Harvard gets $2 billion in these federal grants. And they also, of course, have all of these endowments as well. I mean, you've got
tens of millions of dollars in endowments. And so these grants, just so you know, they are said to be used for research in science and medicine and such. So the government says, okay, your work could impact all Americans. So what we're going to do is we are going to give you some taxpayer dollars. Let's continue to also give you tax-exempt status. See, that's how it works. The federal grants are for science and medical research because they are looking to, fight cancer and these kinds of things.
You want to hear something?
What's that?
Just breaking this morning.
Yes.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem threatening to strip Harvard University of its ability to enroll international students if it doesn't turn over records on international students' illegal and violent activities.
Well, you know why that is, right? It's because of that guy out of Colombia.
Right.
I forget his name now. It's not in front of me. But
Mahmoud
Khalil. So, I mean, that's great to know, Joan, because I don't know what kind of activities he was engaged in at home. And I think he's from Syria, a Pakistani from Syria. But, I mean, it's clear that guy, anti-Semitic. And so the point that they're trying to do with Kristi Noem is, who are we letting into this country? And what are they going to do when they get here? Because if they're coming, as Marco Rubio said, if they're going to come into this country and they're going to lead protests against our ally Israel, if they're going to lead protests where there's vandalism, bullying, and all that stuff going on, then we're not going to let them in because we know that they're here to cause trouble. There are probably millions of perfectly qualified people from other countries that would love to come to this country and actually just study and do what they can to improve their own situation, as opposed to and get an education from an American college, as opposed to Mahmoud Khalil, who it seems to me clearly he just wanted to come over here and lead these anti-Semitic protests. So I love that they're doing that.
Turning the screws.
That's exactly right, Joan. Harvard has all the... Do you know how much Harvard has in endowments? $50 billion.
$50 billion. Why do they need taxpayer money anyway?
Well, they don't. In my opinion, they don't. These are, by the way, in case you folks don't know, endowments are basically donations made over the years, and the universities not only have the original billions donated, but also the investment returns. So it's a pretty good deal. And so just like NPR, the likes of Harvard, they don't need our taxpayer dollars. They certainly don't. I love, though, because you've got all of these people on the left that are, again, where we started this monologue, they are picking the wrong side. They are picking Harvard.
For some weeks now, the administration has been trying to magnify higher education by imposing demands on private universities. And yesterday, Harvard became the first university to refuse to comply with the administration's requirements.
Boom! What's crazy, all these lemmings are applauding. They have absolutely no idea. I guarantee you, these folks have no idea what they're actually applauding. That, by the way, in case you don't know, is Stephen Colbert.
The Trump administration also wanted Harvard to conduct plagiarism checks on all current and prospective faculty members and to report foreign students who commit conduct violations immediately to federal authorities. Oh, great.
It's just Claudine Gay, the president of Harvard, she had to step down because of plagiarism. It is amazing the lack of context that Colbert and some of these folks give or don't give regarding the anti-Semitism. And again, this audience and the left, they eat it up. And he's pretty much, Colbert is clearly turned into basically like The View. But moving on from all of that, Alan Dershowitz, he was on Newsmax, and he talks about how, you know what? There will probably be some sort of a deal struck between Harvard and the Trump administration.
We will see, hopefully, a negotiation. Otherwise, I don't want to see the losers be research on cancer and other kinds of research that are funded by the federal government. We need a resolution here, and I think a resolution is possible. But Harvard has to be willing to make changes because the current status quo is just not fair to conservative students, to Jewish students, to many American patriotic students, to Zionist students. It's just not fair. And people feel that they're not safe, intellectually safe, emotionally safe, even physically safe.
So I believe the point is that, nobody wants, and this is what Dershowitz is saying, nobody wants to see research take a hit. But the point is they do have all of those endowments. They can pay for their own research. And by the way, Harvard and the like, they don't do the research for the money, if you will. They do it for the prestige. Now, what is the President Trump, what is his administration actually demanding of Harvard? Because remember, Colbert and the audience, they were ecstatic that Harvard was fighting back. So what exactly is in the legislation or the demands of President Trump? Governance and leadership reforms. Right now, the university is more focused, they say, on activism than education. That does seem to check out. They want to go back to merit-based hiring and admissions. Okay, why would they not do that? Of course, if you're a conservative, you like things that are merit-based. They want plagiarism enforcement. Of course, I just explained to you what happened with Claudine Gay. Trump wants international students screened. This goes with what Joan was saying. Trump wants international students screened for anti-American sentiment and values. They want elimination of DEI. They want protest restrictions. Protesters should not be allowed to wear masks so that when students are beat up or harassed, they can be identified. They can identify the students that are doing it. They want I don't know how you do this one. They want diversity audits. They want to know if the various departments have diverse viewpoints. You're talking about students and teachers and teachers' aides and all that kind of stuff. They do want the universities to cooperate with federal authorities to make sure all of these things are being followed. And again, as I've been reporting, Harvard said that they would not abide. Now, by the way, if you add up all the property taxes, the operational taxes, the endowment income taxes, and the rest of the taxes, if Trump actually does take away their tax-exempt status, Harvard could have to pay about $3.5 to $4 billion annually in taxes if Donald Trump is able to take away that tax-exempt status. So we'll see how that all plays out. It is 6:54 on Nashville's Morning News, and Joan Jones has the news coming up at 7. Joan.
The Trump administration facing possible contempt charges, and why the Reverend Al Sharpton said, sure, I'll agree to meet with Target retailer over its DEI practices. Those stories coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$6:54 Nashville's Morning News. I want to tell you about my friends at Brentwood Jewelry. With all of the anti-American sentiment going around, I got to tell you, Brentwood Jewelry is the actual opposite of all of that anti-American sentiment going on right now. You walk into Brentwood Jewelry, man, they've got flags all over the place, and they support WTN. Now, for over 50 years, Brentwood Jewelry has been proudly serving the Brentwood community with exceptional style and exceptional deals every single day. Not only are they pro-America, they're pro-family, a family-owned and operated business spanning 3 generations. And yeah, they are deeply rooted in this community. Now, from Salem's service in Special Forces to his son serving as local firefighters, the Amamali family, they are dedicated to giving back in a time that it is imperative to support local. You ought to shop at Brentwood Jewelry. Now, they are the official jewelry store of my home, the Mandis household. You got to check them out. Brentwood Jewelry, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Find them online. It's BrentwoodJewelry.com. 6:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Interest rates have plummeted. It is time to call my friends at Loan Pronto. Now, if you're looking to get cash out of your home's equity, refinance out of a high rate, or do a home improvement project, Loan Pronto can make it happen in a matter of days. You can take advantage of this opportunity and get tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home's equity. You can pay off all your credit cards. You can also pay off your car loans. You know, the average homeowner cuts their monthly bills by $1,000. Get more information at loanpronto.com. You know, inflation and higher costs, they've put a lot of people in a stressful financial situation. But if you own a home, there is a way out. Now, Loan Pronto has multiple options that can help you get the financial freedom you deserve. Most homeowners get their cash in less than a couple of weeks, and most don't even need an appraisal. So do the smart thing. Stop paying insane rates on those credit cards and call Loan Pronto, 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Find them online at loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Subject to lender approval, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Good morning now, 7:01. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Got a crash on 24, the westbound lanes, and it's really slow this morning at the Waldron Road exit 64. The off-ramp to Waldron Road has partially been blocked off by a crash. The Trump administration is facing possible contempt charges over 2 deportation flights to El Salvador.
A federal judge is now threatening to hold the Trump administration in criminal contempt for violating his orders last month to turn around those 2 planes planes carrying deportees to El Salvador. Judge James Boseberg saying the administration displayed a willful disregard for his order. His investigation could eventually include officials testifying under oath or the appointment of an independent lawyer to prosecute the administration.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio reporting. Meantime, the White House revealing court documents that show Kilmar Abrego Garcia had a violent past. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt on charges brought against him in 2022.
Court ordered that the respondent committed the following acts of abuse. Once in May of 2021, assault in any degree. And on May 4th of 2021, he punched and scratched his wife, ripped off her shirt, and grabbed and bruised her.
And U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi producing a gang interview field sheet from cops in Prince George's County, Maryland, that Abrego Garcia was an active member of MS-13 in 2019 with the rank of Chequio with a nickname of Chele. Al Sharpton has agreed to meet with Target's CEO over that retailer's decision to walk back its DEI programs. Now, this comes after Sharpton threatened to call for a boycott over Target's decision to stop sharing company reports with diversity groups like Human Rights Campaign's Corporate Equity Index, and to also end efforts to get more products from Black and minority-owned businesses. Meantime, Vanderbilt University Medical Center says it will eliminate all DEI programs. That announcement after President Trump signed an executive order mandating the end of DEI programs. VUMC said it began removing related content on internal and external sites yesterday. A bill addressing the dismantling of DEI departments in Tennessee is continuing to move forward through the legislature as well. And a man's been arrested for attacking a woman who had gone out for a morning run in Murfreesboro Monday morning. 23-year-old Xavier Carter has been charged with multiple counts.
Police say the man attacked the 18-year-old who was walking on the trail behind the Oaklands Park on Maney Avenue around 8:30 Monday morning. That man was caught stealing from a gas station later that afternoon and taken into custody.
That's Channel 4's Lydia Fielder. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. We've got a mixed bag in the pre-market here. The Dow Jones Industrials futures down 600 points right now, dragged down by United Health's earnings report. It missed yesterday, and right now United earnings are down 19%. So that's dragging the stock futures down there. NASDAQ futures are above board by 116 points. S&P futures are gaining 20. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, they're still working. It's paving work on 65 northbound, exit 98, and stop-and-go traffic as they block off the right lane there. Laverne, an accident, 24 westbound lanes at the off-ramp to Waldron Road. That off-ramp partially blocked off. You also have some trouble on 24, the eastbound side in Joelton. It's a pothole in the center lane, and everybody's trying to dodge it this morning, right at New Hope Road. Also, want to let you know that TDOT goes on its Easter holiday, starts at 6 o'clock tonight through Monday morning at 6 a.m., so no construction projects set up for the weekend. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Appreciate you listening, along with Joan Jones and KGB. Producing this morning, Federal Judge James Boseberg has decided to hold President Trump's administration in contempt of court. Some of the big news today. He says it is because Donald Trump failed to return 2 planes deporting these illegal alien gangbangers to El Salvador. Now, I'm going to tell you that I'm really confused. Because if you know anything about Boseberg, and if you know the history of this story, you know that the Supreme Court said that Boseberg actually has no jurisdiction in this matter. So I kind of feel like Boseberg is thinking he's God right about now. I mean, that's what it feels like. It feels like Boseberg believes that he is more powerful than the Supreme Court. Here's the story. And by the way, the big question is, why are the Republicans in the House of Representatives not moving forward with trying to impeach this guy? Because there's a lot of people that are calling for these judges to be impeached. And as usual, it's a numbers game. But here's the story. In a 48-page order, U.S. District Judge James Boseberg said that the court had determined that the Trump administration had demonstrated a willful disregard for his March 15th emergency order, which temporarily halted all deportation flights to El Salvador under the Alien Enemies Act, 1798 wartime immigration law, to allow the court to better consider the merits of the case. Well, the planes, as you know, I don't want to relitigate this whole thing, but apparently Boseberg wants to. They were already in the air. And they were already out of our airspace, if you will. And so Boseberg, he had no jurisdiction then, and he has no jurisdiction now. They say that Boseberg had also ordered all planes bound for El Salvador to be immediately returned to the U.S., which, of course, as we all know, did not happen. Hundreds of migrants arrived in El Salvador later that evening, where the individuals were detained in that sprawling maximum security Salvadorian prison. Now, here's what I want to know. You got all these people on the left, and they're saying, oh, this notorious prison. Like, that's some sort of a bad thing. It's not a bad thing that these guys are being held in a notorious Salvadorian prison because they're terrorists. He says the court ultimately determines that the government's actions on that day demonstrate a willful disregard for its order, sufficient for the court to conclude that probable cause exists to find the government in criminal contempt. Criminal contempt. And this was yesterday. And here's the deal. This already went to the Supreme Court. I don't know where this goes or what happens with this order from Boseberg. They say Boseberg instructed the government to file additional declarations by April 23rd, demonstrating why the court should purge any contempt proceedings against it. Should they fail to do so, he said, the court will refer the matter for potential prosecution. And again, I'm going to start where I'm going to end where I started, which is I don't understand, because the Supreme Court literally said that Boseberg had no jurisdiction in this matter. They said it had to do with the fact that it had to be heard in Texas, not in Virginia, where this guy is. So I don't really know. Actually, he's D.C. So I don't really know what he's doing here. If the Supreme Court said that he was the wrong venue, then he was the wrong venue. And he's still the wrong venue. And so, and we talked about this earlier, Boseberg is clearly part of the Democrat resistance. I mean, that is clear that he is part of this contingent of judges who are trying to do anything to dismantle anything Donald Trump wants to do, what he campaigned on, and he was voted in to do. Now, Congressman Andy Biggs, it's his belief that Boseberg does need to be impeached. Here's part of what he said.
Again, we get to this point of what Article 3, Section 1 allows. It only allows a federal district judge, or any judge actually, to serve under a term of good behavior. During good behavior is the actual quote from the Constitution. And when you're abusing your power here, trying to overrun what the president is doing lawfully under other statutory and constitutional provisions, then you are the one that is not acting in good behavior, and probably, in my opinion, you should be removed from office.
Well, and here's the problem. This is where it gets sticky, is that to do that, you need a majority in the House of Representatives, first of all, and not all Republicans believe that Boseberg should be impeached. And it, again, takes a simple majority, but they may or may not have the votes in the House of Representatives. Don't really know about the Senate either. So for the Republicans, the overall, and I can tell you because I'm part of the anger and the frustration that as Republicans we all feel, conservatives we all feel at what is going on in the courts. And I'm just as emotional as a lot of you folks. I'm just as ticked off at a lot of you folks. I want to see these judges taken out. They shouldn't be on the bench, and it is obvious that what they're really here to do is just try to dismantle and block what Donald Trump is trying to do. They are activist judges. But again, there's Republicans in the House that don't want to see someone like Boseberg ejected or impeached, and they don't have the votes. And I think that's obvious why Mike Johnson is not bringing this to account. It's, by the way, got to go through. Jim Jordan is calling for. I think they've already tried to do the hearings, but Jim Jordan is involved in this as well. But the bottom line is the reason why you're not seeing this go and move further is because they don't have the votes to impeach. Now, the Republicans have done some things to try and stop these activist judges, but right now, situation with Boseberg is he is sadly not going anywhere. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you, Christy. It's 7:15 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather today, a high of 78 and partly cloudy. I'm sorry, I'm distracted because I'm texting and broadcasting.
Can't do both.
Which, you know what, for me, I have a hard enough time just broadcasting, and clearly I have a hard time texting too. That's also been well documented. But I'm trying to see if I can line up Michael Patrick Leahy from the Tennessee Star.
Ooh, that would be good.
Okay, he's going to call in. So 7:36, Michael Patrick Leahy is going to join us. I've been telling you about this story. We did a bit of a deep dive in it in the 5 o'clock hour. The Tennessee Star now reporting that Kilmar Abrego Garcia, he was, of course, stopped in our state. I've been talking about this. If you're just joining us, he was stopped in Tennessee back in 2022. And he was suspected of human trafficking because the Tennessee Highway Patrol officer pulls him over, and he's got like 7 other dudes in the car. And he doesn't have a license. I don't know about his English. He probably speaks English. I've never heard him speak, but I'm sure he does. But he's got 7 dudes in the car but no driver's license. And so as the story goes, and Michael Patrick Leahy will fill in the details, but as the story goes, the THP called the FBI under Biden, and the FBI said, I'll let him go. Let the illegal alien with no driver's license and his 7 friends, hombres, let them all go. And they did. And so and we were talking about this earlier, why are we acquiescing to the FBI? At the very least, we must have laws in this state where it's clear if this guy is human trafficking or moving these guys from one part of the country to another. They were going to Maryland, apparently. And so, but he's driving without a license. So couldn't we use state law to bring this guy in at the very least and charge him for driving without a license? It's a misdemeanor. You can get 6 months in jail or whatever. But why are we asking for permission of all places from Joe Biden's FBI? Because if they're breaking state law, they're breaking state law, and we can do certain things here in the state of Tennessee to stop this. I'm sure. I'll ask Michael Patrick Leahy a lot of these questions. He's on it. And, of course, Michael Patrick Leahy with the Tennessee Stars. So, anyway, looking forward to that conversation. That'll be at 7:36 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. We're talking about, and everybody's talking about this Maryland man, put that in air quotes, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Even CNN seems to be waking up to this. I want to play this audio for you real quick because you have this panel on CNN, and they're talking about this guy, and one of the panelists actually now realizes that this guy, this Kilmar Abrego Garcia, not a good guy. And not someone that we want in this country. This is how it sounded.
I think it is a political issue. I also think it's a national security issue. Prince George's County in 2019, their gang unit determined that Garcia was an MS-13 national security issue. Prince George's County in 2019, their gang unit determined that Garcia was an MS-13 gang member. His wife in 2021, the wife that's now giving lengthy testimonies about how great he is, said that he's a serial abuser, and she has a ton of photos to showcase said abuse. I agree, due process is absolutely important. We want to maintain that, but I think there's absolutely enough here to send this guy somewhere else. One, he's already broken the law. We've already established that. Now you do have evidence suggesting that he was a member or is a member of MS-13. He's also a serial abuser. This is not the type of individual I don't think any one of us would want in our country. He should be deported.
You'll notice, by the way, real quick that everybody just starts absolutely freaking out, right? You see the it's like the gaggle of progressives. That, by the way, is Shermichael Singleton, who is a journalist, and he's doing what journalists do, and he's right. I mean, this is a political issue because the Democrats are looking real bad right now as far as the treatment of this guy. That's number one, because the Democrats want to usher him back here in, a limousine and a bunch of rose petals. That's what they want to do. And the Republicans want to keep the bad guys out. And so not only is it a political story where the Democrats clearly, in my opinion, are on the losing end, but also if you look at the national security issue, we do need to keep these guys out of the country because it is part of our national security. Remember, Donald Trump has designated MS-13, which this guy is a gang member of. Donald Trump has said that he's given them the terrorist organization designation. And because of that, if you are in MS-13 and our courts have said that Abrego Garcia is a part of MS-13, which means that he is a gang member, then that means that he is not to be in our country. Period. All right, Joan Jones, 722. What's coming up?
Well, the Trump administration has just turned the screws a little tighter on Harvard University. And I'm going to tell you a story that's going to make you feel like a real slacker. That's all coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
My entire life, I've dealt with the hassles of glasses and the hassle of contacts. And as I've gotten older, my eyesight had been getting worse and worse and worse. I had issues driving at night. I had issues reading small fonts and halos around lights. It was really frustrating, even impacted my job here. And I decided I've got to do something. Well, that's why I am so thankful these days that I did find Dr. Jeff Horn and his team at Vision for Life. Now, they've helped thousands of folks take control of their vision, and now I am excited and so thankful to be one of them. After discussing lens replacement surgery with Dr. Horn and how the procedure can correct both near and far vision while eliminating cataracts for good, I realized that I had to take the leap, and I did with Dr. Horn and Vision for Life. My only regret is that I didn't do this sooner. So if you're dealing with the same struggles that I just mentioned, you owe it to yourself to check out Vision for Life and see why they've been voted Nashville's best ophthalmologist. Call them today at 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020, online, visionforlife.com. $7:25 on WTN. Listen, if you love life by the lake, check out my friends at Tennessee National. Of course, you know Tennessee National. I've been talking about them for years. It's an incredible lakefront resort. They've got a golf and marina community. And right now, they're planning for their spring sales event. They're going to be releasing a limited number of those lake lots to the public. That's going to happen on Saturday, April 26th. They've got all kinds of upgrades happening and opportunities. They've got opportunities for savings as well. Again, Tennessee National Lake Lots, Saturday, April 26th is when they'll be unveiling these lots. Now, they've got cottage packages with boat slips. That is starting from $379.9. Lake lots with covered boat slips. Those are starting at $64.9. Subdividable wooded lots from $79.9. And for the first time ever, fully furnished lakefront townhomes as well. Now, incredible deals, and they've got incredible amenities. Private golf cart access to a new marina and resort, 10 miles of walking trails, 3.5 miles of shoreline, and yes, they also have pickleball, pools, an on-site coffee shop, and so much more. So play on the lake or simply relax at the waterfront restaurant. This is 20 minutes outside of Knoxville, Tennessee. Financing is available, by the way, so check them out. Remember, these lots are going to be released on Saturday, April 26th. Find them online, TennesseeNational.com. Call them to secure your private tour, 865-408-9992, 865-408-9992, TennesseeNational.com. 728, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So how did Kilmar Abrego Garcia get away from Tennessee authorities when he was suspected of human trafficking and he was pulled over by a Tennessee highway patrolman, THP? We're going to talk to Michael Patrick Leahy, the Tennessee Star. They broke that story last night. He's going to join us coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Watch us on YouTube, Facebook, 997WTN.com, as well as X. I always recommend you watch us on Facebook because you can take the Daily Dan poll. And it's been so long, KGB. Remind me what the Daily Dan poll is today.
Yes, it's, do you think if Judge James Boseberg is impeached, then Democrats will go after conservative judges?
Yeah, is that a worry? Is that a legit worry?
89% say yes.
89% say yes, it is a legitimate worry.
Well, they think just they're going to go after a conservative. Like, it's going to happen.
Well, it's going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
Whether or not they impeach Boseberg or not. All right. And I just went through all that. The Republicans don't have the numbers to actually impeach him. All right. It is 7:30, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 7:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. You still have a problem this morning on 65, the northbound lanes in Millersville, right at exit 98. It's paving work, and a lane is blocked off there, the right lane. And then in Thompson Station on 65 South at Thompson Station Road overpass, there is an obstruction on the roadway. They're not really saying what that obstruction is. Traffic is veering around it, however. The Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem has just announced the cancellation of 2 DHS grants totaling over $2.7 million to Harvard University, declaring it unfit to be entrusted with taxpayer dollars.
The Department of Homeland Security is demanding that Harvard University turn over disciplinary records on all its foreign students and saying that if it refuses to do so, it will revoke the university's ability to enroll those students. There are right now about 7,000 international students at Harvard University.
ABC's Jonathan Karl, a former contractor for the FAA, has pleaded guilty to spying for Iran and sharing private information on U.S. airports and the solar industry. 42-year-old Abuzar Ramadi, who is a naturalized citizen, pleaded guilty to downloading information on a flash drive in 2022 and handing it over to Iranian officials. Now, Ramadi was part of the terrorist group, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, prior to emigrating to the U.S. It's not clear why he was placed in a job at the FAA with access to sensitive information. You ready to feel like a real slacker here? A 10-year-old girl from San Bernardino, California, says she is set to graduate from a local college, Crafton Hills College. She'll have 2 associate degrees when she graduates next month at 10 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, her name is Alyssa Perella. She's homeschooled. She began taking college classes when she was 8. She says she has plans to work in the artificial intelligence tech industry.
Do you remember when homeschooled kids were thought to be weird?
Yeah, I do.
I love that homeschooled kids are, in my opinion, the apple of America's eye these days. That is amazing.
Yeah, sure is. Good luck to her, and I think we'll all benefit from her intelligence. Stock futures this morning, kind of mixed. United Healthcare stock is slumping after missing earnings estimates, and it's pulling the Dow Jones Industrials futures down. They're down now 585 points. We've got NASDAQ futures on the plus side by 154. S&P futures are up 30. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Dan Mandis here for USS, United Structural Systems. You know, I've been telling you about these folks for years and years and years. Now, they're experts in waterproofing and concrete leveling and foundation repair. USS, they are a great company. They've helped me several times with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse USS. I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers. And listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says that USS was highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own home. and he gives USS 5 stars all the way, as do I. Now, United Structural Systems, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you're not going to pay a dime until you are a satisfied customer. And by the way, they can help you not only with basement and crawl space waterproofing, but also basement wall stabilization, foundation repair, and so much more. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. Spring season is here, of course, and a lot of rain, which means that, yes, your grass is going to start growing with all that rain. You need a lawnmower. If you need a lawnmower, the Cub Cadet lawnmower sale is going on right now at DT McCall's. They do this every single spring, and it is happening now in Cookeville until the 26th. And so this is great news. If you need a Cub Cadet lawnmower, you can get one at a great price at DT McCall & Sons. You know, they're ranked as a top Cub Cadet dealer in the United States. You can find Cub Cadet riding mowers with 42 to 72-inch decks for those larger areas, as well as Cub Cadet walk-behind mowers for those smaller lots. Now, when you purchase a Cub Cadet mower from DT McCall's, you'll be getting access to their in-house service department as well. You know, it's nearly impossible to find mower service anywhere else. We've got a large selection of Cub Cadet mowers, free delivery, and that in-house service department. It really is an easy choice. So check out DT McCall's, their Cookeville location. It all begins on April 18th through the 26th. They've got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com.
Okay, they're finally clearing that road work on 65 northbound at exit 98, Louisville Highway, exit 31W, and that is going to ease some of those delays out there this morning. Goodlettsville, though, a crash at Dickerson Pike and Campbell Road. There's a crash this morning in Delamere at Dickerson Pike and Nesbitt Drive, and then an accident in Rudderville on 840, the westbound lanes before Arno Road, exit 37. Traffic is stopped up at Horton Highway up to that point this morning. And then you've got an accident, too, on 24, the eastbound side in Joelton before New Hope Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.737, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Want to welcome on into the program from the Tennessee Star, Michael Patrick Leahy, MPL. How are you?
Good morning, Dan. Thanks for having me on.
In light of our conversation, I just saw this on CNN, just so folks know, because everybody's talking about how Republicans are leaving Donald Trump. We've been talking about that off and on this morning. They're not, but back in April of 2017, Donald Trump's net approval rating on immigration, April of 2017, it was -12. April of 2025, +1, +1. So regardless of what the gnashing of the teeth mainstream media or the Democrats say, Donald Trump clearly is on the right track in dealing with these illegal aliens, which brings us to the conversation we're going to have, and it's going to start now with Michael Patrick Leahy from the Star. Kilmar Abrego Garcia. You dropped the story last night, and as the story goes, I mean, back in, 2022, he was pulled over here in Tennessee, and he had no license, number one. He had no license, and number two, he had 7 people in the car with him, and they let him go. The THP officer let him go because he called the FBI under Biden, and they just said, let him go. Tell us the details.
Well, we get this information from what's called a dispatch report that the detaining officer with the THP file that was obtained by the Department of Homeland Security, the Federal Department of Homeland Security, was dated December 6, 2022, outlining what happened in that traffic stop. Now, the traffic stop may have happened in late November, but the reporting officer said they observed a vehicle. This was basically a 2001 Chevy Suburban driving, and it was somewhere in Putnam County, we think, probably on I-40, driving erratically, unable to maintain its lane, and also speeding. So they pulled him over. When they pulled him over, the driver was, in fact, the same, quote, Maryland man, the El Salvador illegal who was deported to El Salvador in March by the Trump administration. He did not have a valid driver's license. He apparently had an expired Maryland driver's license. And in that interview, this part of it has been confirmed by Just the News about the same time as our report went out. The reporting officer said Kilmar Abrego Garcia pretended to not speak English as well as he could and was very dodgy in his answers. There were 7 individuals in this old Chevy Suburban. There was no luggage, that according to Just the News. So something sparked the interest of the detaining officer, who, by the way, is a highly a respected member of the Tennessee Highway Patrol. And they dialed into some of their databases. Not sure exactly what happened. We had one source who told us that somebody in the van may have been on a terror watch list. Whatever it was, and we haven't confirmed that because the Tennessee Department of Homeland Security and Safety has not gotten back to us yet. They promised to get back to it today. But apparently, according to our source, they called the FBI and said, hey, we are concerned about this. The detaining officer suspected that this might be a human trafficking situation. So the FBI, according to our source, told the detaining officer, take a picture of everybody in the van, take a picture of all its contents, which they did, and which apparently the Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security still has in its possession. Then the traffic stop was an hour and 45 minutes. At the end of it, our sources say the FBI, quote, requested that Kilmar Abrego Garcia and his 7 traveling companions be released. Tennessee Highway Patrol complied with that release. Now remember, Dan, it is a Class B misdemeanor to be driving without a valid license in Tennessee.
Yep.
It's also against the law to speed. But apparently, no such charges were filed against Kilmar Abrego Garcia in that late 2022 traffic stop incident here in Tennessee.
So I've got to ask Michael Patrick Leahy, joining us, Tennessee Star. So I've got to ask, he violated state law. So could we not have, and I'm generally asking, I don't know the legalities of all this, but couldn't they have brought him in for driving on an expired license? Because it is a misdemeanor, but he could have been charged. I mean, if he's driving erratically and all that, could they not have, I don't know, at the very least given him a ticket or something?
Well, it's clearly suspicious. 7 individuals in an SUV with no luggage. I mean, that is an indication. That's why apparently the detaining officer suspected this might be a human trafficking situation. Apparently, these are the kinds of things for which officers have discretion. And I think the issue was in doubt, according to our source, until the FBI said release them. Or, quote, our headline says FBI ordered, technically they requested, technically THP complied, according to our source. So, yes. And look, try this, Dan. Why don't any Tennessean, why don't you get a beat up old SUV? And by the way, and they told the detaining officers that, yes, we are taking these people from Texas to Maryland. Okay? Mm-hmm. So that's what you may call a clue. Try this. Any Tennessee resident, try getting in a beat up old van with 7 other individuals, none with luggage, drive on I-40 erratically, speed, get pulled over. When the officer asks you to produce your driver's license, you produce an expired driver's license. Any Tennessee resident, what would happen to them at that time? Well, they probably would have been booked on the misdemeanor charge and probably gotten a ticket for speeding, right?
Well, and here's the deal: if a person is driving erratically, we also probably would have been given a sobriety test.
Yeah, I don't know if a sobriety test was given, and we have sort of unclear reports of why they began the communication with the FBI. There was something about it that brought the driver to their attention and had them contact the FBI. But think about the turnaround. And it looks like he was detained on the side of the road for an hour and 45 minutes. But that's very quick turnaround to A, contact the FBI, and then B, get the request to release him. The question is, why would the FBI make that request?
I have so many questions. Number one, Michael, hold on one sec. I got to check the traffic, and I've got a couple of questions for you coming up, 7:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather for today, 78 and partly cloudy. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Michael Patrick Leahy joining us from the Tennessee Star. So, a couple of things. Number one, where does this story go from here? That's number one. Where do you foresee this going? Number two, have you been able to get in touch with the THP officer that actually made the stop? And number three, is there a way to find out the 7 that he was caught trafficking, is there a way to find out who they are and what godforsaken things have they done because they were allowed to be taken to Maryland? Because, I mean, we all know what happened to poor Rachel Morin with one of these illegal aliens. And God help us, I hope this is not the case. I mean, it's a horrible story all the way around. But can you imagine if the guy that killed Rachel Morin was one of those that was being trafficked into Maryland via Kilmar Abrego Garcia?
So our next step this afternoon is to contact the Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security and request that they release all documents, all images, and all video related to this particular traffic stop. And, you know, we've got the dispatch number, we've got the name of the officer involved who filed that dispatch report. I think they will end up releasing this information to us. Of course, you know, Metro Nashville hasn't been very cooperative with providing public records to us, but I think that the Tennessee Department of Safety will provide us this information probably within 30 days. So we should know the names of those 7 individuals who are in that SUV when driven by Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the, quote, Maryland man deported in March to administration. So we should have those details, and we will follow up and report on those details at the Tennessee Star.
All right, Michael Patrick Leahy, thank you for joining us on such a short notice. Drive safely, and we'll look forward to more of your reporting on this story. It is 7:49 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I don't get it. We got to start getting these Tennessee lawmakers on the phone and asking them, why have they at this point not made it mandatory that if one of these guys is pulled over and they are driving without a license, then why don't we make that an automatic, an automatic? You give them a ticket, you got to bring them in, they got to show up for court, whatever it is. But you literally have people that are getting into accidents, or they are being pulled over and whatever, and they're being allowed to drive away without a license, without a valid driver's license. I mean, at least Abrego Garcia, according to Michael Patrick Leahy, at least he had an expired driver's license, but still. A lot of these guys come over and they never even bother to get a driver's license. There is a story in the news today. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Aaron sent it to me, and it was about the truck drivers. The truck drivers who are driving without a license. Remember we told you about this story, Joan?
Yeah.
This was several weeks ago now. And there are a bunch of, here it is. All right, so they're saying, and there was an interview with Steve Bannon, and they're talking about these illegal alien truck drivers. And I've told you this story about how these illegal alien truck drivers, they're coming into our country, and they are driving trucks, and they're not getting the proper documentation. Some of these guys don't even have licenses, or the licenses are invalid or fake or whatever it is. And then they end up getting into accidents and killing people. I started talking about this when they had that horrific story in, I think it was Austin, Texas, where the guy's just driving along and he didn't notice the traffic had stopped. He plows into a bunch of cars. I think there was 5 people killed, and the guy could barely speak English. He was an illegal alien, and if I remember right, he didn't have the proper driver's license. Well, it turns out that is something that is running rampant in the truck industry, the trucking industry. I'll talk about that straight ahead. I'm running late. 7:51, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. By the way, Senator Bill Hagerty scheduled to join us in the 8 o'clock hour. Joan Jones has the news at 8. Joan.
Yeah, the rate of autism in Tennessee is doubling, and we'll tell you what RFK Jr. has to say about that. It's coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:52 on WTN. Dan Mendes here. Put this date aside, friends. Saturday, May 31st. That is when the Glock store, they're having their 5th annual open house. These are always huge events, and it's happening at the Glock store. Again, this is their 5th annual. I've been to the previous 4. They are amazing. They've got the top vendors coming out. You can check out the great deals and the firearms they have for every type of gun owner. Now, one great deal they've got going on is on bullets, specifically burrow bullets. They've got 50-round boxes, 250-round bullet bags, and 1,000-round tac packs that come in a burrow bullet ammo box, and that's going to be at the lowest price ever. That's why I love the Glock store. This is my place to train. This is my place to buy ammo. This is my place to upgrade my guns as well. It's where I bought my guns. It's my place to train. You should train there as well, and check out their 5th annual open house. It is happening on Saturday, May 31st. Don't forget to say hello to me, Matt, and Chris. We'll all be there. Details at their websites, shoot270.com and glockstore.com. The Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. 7:54 on WTN. Dan Mandis here. The Wellness Institute of Nashville. Listen, if you've been sidelined with chronic back, neck, and knee pain, check out my friends at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Dr. Kevin Mitchell. I've been a client of his for over a decade, and I've never felt better. I arrived in Tennessee with that chronic back, neck, and knee pain. It really helped me out, his spinal decompression therapy. It is amazing. It did help me out. Every once in a while, I do need an adjustment. Dr. Mitch, he does fix me right up. They've got a great deal going on right now. The Wellness Institute of Nashville, they are offering the Big 47 offer in honor of our 47th President of the United States. That is 47% off spinal decompression therapy. Now, at the Wellness Institute of Nashville, they utilize the latest high-tech equipment in their state-of-the-art facility to provide effective, non-surgical solutions. Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Ashley both are committed to helping you overcome back and knee pain. So call them today, 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com. $7:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Yes, Senator Bill Hagerty, he'll be joining us at about 8:15 here on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Looking forward to the senator's return to Nashville's Morning News. So there is a story. It's horrifying. You know, there's all these stories of illegal aliens driving vehicles without driver's licenses and so forth. We have a big problem in the trucking industry. And I've been talking about this for a while, but in California, listen to this. AB 60 allows driver's licenses without proof of legal status, enabling access to trucking jobs. So you've got people that are in this country and they're barreling down our highways and they're not even legal. I'm assuming if they're not legal, they can probably not necessarily speak English really well. And they're getting in these accidents, and in some cases, they're killing people. These are illegal aliens that are being allowed to drive 18-wheelers. That is dangerous. There's a guy named Shannon Everett from American Truckers United. He was on with Steve Bannon the other day.
The public is vastly unaware that our highways are completely overrun right now with truck drivers operating on foreign commercial driver's licenses and what are now called non-domiciled CDLs, where our state DMVs are now issuing U.S. commercial driver's licenses to non-citizens. And our American truck drivers are now being replaced because they can't compete with this new workforce.
Yeah, part of the deal is that these illegal alien truck drivers, I mean, stop me when you've heard this before, in many industries, they are suppressing the wages of American truck drivers as well. So they'll come in with, some semblance of a driver's license. Maybe they're legal, maybe they're not, maybe we even know what their real name is, whatever. But not only is that dangerous, but again, they're also suppressing the wages of our American truck drivers as well. It's just despicable. Got a lot more straight ahead on WTN.
Well, hello there. It's 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There is a crash in Delamere this morning, Dickerson Pike at Nesbitt Drive. Careful of that one. We'll have more in traffic and weather right after the news. The rate of autism in Tennessee kids has doubled over the last decade. That's according to a Vanderbilt University study revealed yesterday, claiming the rise is due to greater awareness and better testing. But HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said that explanation only covers a small portion of the diagnoses. He says autism is preventable and has an environmental cause.
Instead of listening to this canard of epidemic denial, all you have to do is start reading a little science, because the answer is very clear. And this is catastrophic for our country. These are kids this is a preventable disease.
Yeah, RFK Jr. has launched an effort to find the cause by the end of September. A new lawsuit filed over books that have been removed from school shelves in Rutherford County for being inappropriate.
The ACLU filed the suit against Rutherford County Board of Education yesterday. Now, this is behalf of 3 Rutherford County families and PEN America, a national free expression organization. 32 of PEN America's author members had 53 books banned or even restricted in that county from August of 2023 up until this current month.
Channel 4's Alexandria Adams there. 111 books have been banned in Rutherford County schools for being inappropriate. Nashville schools are sending out an information sheet to parents now as measles cases continue to grow in Texas. 4 cases were reported here in Tennessee. Once again, Alexandria Adams.
All districts in Tennessee have to follow these same rules. If there's a case, they have to call anyone who is susceptible and then send an email to the rest of the school.
Channel 4's Alexandria Adams there. Now, kids who are not fully vaccinated or who have a medical or religious exemption may actually be kicked out of school until there's no more risk of them getting sick. Hamas is facing a cash problem. The Wall Street Journal reporting this morning that terrorist organization has been devastated by targeted Israeli military attacks. The journal saying that Hamas has stopped paying its terrorist fighters. The job market continues to defy economist expectations here in the U.S.
215,000 applications for state jobless benefits were submitted last week, 9,000 fewer than the week before. The less volatile 4-week moving average likewise has dropped back. The Labor Department found the highest unemployment rates in New Jersey, Rhode Island, and California.
ABC's Jim Ryan there. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. United Healthcare shares are down 19%, and it's dragging Dow futures down this morning, 463 points. United posted losses in the last quarter. NASDAQ futures, though, they're up 173, and the S&P 500 futures are up 34. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, in Delamere, Dickerson Pike at Nesbitt Drive. It's a crash this morning causing some delays. 840 on the westbound side in Rutterville. There is an accident before Arno Road, exit 37. Got a pothole in the center lane on the 24 eastbound side at New Hope Road. As you're heading up the hill, be careful of it. You're going to want to dodge that. And then if you plan to travel out in Crossville this morning on the eastbound lanes of 40, the crash is in the right lane. It's blocked off there at Plateau Road. And it's causing some big delays. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.807, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. How are you? Welcome on in to the 8 o'clock hour. Senator Bill Hagerty is scheduled to join us at 8:15 here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We've been talking the last couple of days about this moronic senator out of Maryland, Chris Van Hollen. Now, he is the one that decided that it would be a good idea to travel, need some audio. He thought that it would be a good idea to travel all the way to El Salvador to demand the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He didn't have any concrete plans to meet with anybody. He didn't have any concrete plans to meet with Abrego Garcia. He just decided that he wanted to fly out to El Salvador. It is so clear, and we keep using this term with the Democrats, because it is who they are, performative. This whole thing, this whole stunt with Senator Van Hollen is nothing but performative, because they know that they think, actually, that they've got Donald Trump on this one, about how they have, quote, illegally deported Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And this is what Van Hollen said when he got into El Salvador.
I also told his wife and family that I would try to meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia while I was here. So I asked the vice president if I could meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia. And he said, well, you need to make earlier provisions to go visit CCOT. I said, I'm not interested at this moment in taking a tour of CCOT. I just want to meet with Mr. Abrego Garcia. He said he was not able to make that happen.
Right. So tell us again, Senator, why exactly it is that you flew all the way to El Salvador, which, by the way, as Joan pointed out earlier, on taxpayer dime. This whole thing is performative. He took, just so you know, he took videos, and I don't even think I got them all. He took videos at the airport, in the car, I believe leaving the airport on his way down to wherever he was going, down to the prison or whatever. And then he had the gaggle of reporters as well. So, and it's just so ridiculous because you've got all of these. Did any one person, can I ask this question? Did any reporter actually ask Van Hollen, why did you fly all the way down here if you didn't have any concrete plans in place to meet with anyone who could actually do anything? Did anybody ask him that question?
Nope.
No, Joan?
I can tell you. Nope. Nobody asked a thing.
Shocker.
He used to be my senator.
Is he as much of a jackhole as it seems like he is?
You know what we call Maryland?
What?
The Democratic Republic of Maryland.
And you lived there.
I did.
Was it a lonely place living in Maryland when you were surrounded by so much blue?
So the funny thing is, we lived in an area of Maryland that was very red.
Atta girl.
Yeah, far away from D.C. I worked in D.C., but I really don't like living near the urban centers, as you can tell.
Yes.
I live far away from them now. So we decided to have a place that was sort of out in the red country. And when we went to vote in 2016, I mean, people were celebrating in line at the voting center wearing their Trump gear. It was crazy. in that area. But you get outside of those really restricted, very not even suburban, but really rural areas.
Yeah.
You get outside of that, and man, is it blue in Maryland. And yes, it was painful.
Yeah.
Outside of our little enclaves of, and for the most part, Maryland is very red, but it's just those centers that are very populated.
Right.
That end up being, and very close to Washington, D.C., that end up being very blue.
And they're very vitriolic, too.
Oh, they're ugly about it.
By and large, we just want to be left alone.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just leave us alone? Let us do what we do. We're not bothering anybody. But, you got these Democrats and these progressives that come around with their signs and their chants and, yelling at keying our cars, torching our Teslas, all those kinds of things. And they've just, I don't know about anybody else, but they look foolish, these Democrats do. Whether we're talking about, the Democrats in Maryland with Senator Chris Van Hollen, or the senators in the House of Representatives that keep mouthing off, or, all of these Democrats that are gnashing at the teeth about this Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I just, in the previous hour, we're talking about where Donald Trump is with the people of America, who they're trying to portray the Republicans as turning on Donald Trump. They're really not. They're not turning on Donald Trump at all. As a matter of fact, more Republicans and more of the American people support Donald Trump right now than they did in 2017. And so this guy, Chris Van Hollen, the senator, he's got to know that he's on the wrong side of this.
I asked him if I came back next week, whether I'd be able to see Mr. Abrego Garcia. He said he couldn't promise that either. The Trump administration is lying about Abrego Garcia.
Well, they're really not. By the way, KGB, here's what I want to do. I want to take the traffic report a little bit early because I'm waiting for Senator Bill Hagerty to join us on the Newsmaker hotline. He's been in Tennessee this week, and he's talking to Tennesseans. Of course, he's running for re-election. So he's talking to Tennesseans about what they want to see with the federal government, and ideas on how to keep America great. I'll say make America great again, keep America great, whatever. But I'm interested in finding out from the senator a number of things. Number one is the big beautiful bill. It's going into reconciliation. What is the chance that the Senate and the House, they're going to be able to come to an agreement on that, and so many other things. So details straight ahead. It is right now coming up on 8:14. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather for today, it's going to be a great day, 78 degrees and partly cloudy. It's Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. So earlier in the broadcast, and I want to make sure that I play this twice, Rachel Morin's mother, Patty. Now, Rachel Morin, she was murdered by an MS-13 illegal alien gangbanger, whatever it was, in Maryland. And so Patty Morin attended the White House press briefing yesterday. And she had some questions and some comments regarding Senator Chris Van Hollen, her senator, there in the state of Maryland.
And to have a senator from Maryland who didn't even acknowledge or barely acknowledged my daughter and the brutal death that she endured, leaving her 5 children without a mother and now a grandbaby without a grandmother, so that he can use my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to bring back someone that's not even an American citizen. Why does that person have more right than I do, or my daughter, or my grandchildren? I don't understand this.
I mean, listen, it was such a powerful statement that she made, and the entire, it was like 8 minutes. And she just stood up there and she talked, and she went through agonizing detail on what happened to Rachel Morin, her daughter. And it was so agonizing that I can't play in Morning Drive with kids in the car the detail that she went into. But I think that her questions and what she has to say to this senator are valid. I mean, you got the Democrats that are wanting to be in solidarity with the family of Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
These are the kind of criminals President Trump wants to remove from our country. These are the kind of criminals that we need to remove from our country. We are American citizens. Why should we allow people like this, violent criminals that have no conscience at all, to murder our mothers, our sisters, our daughters? I don't understand why there's even any kind of problem with this. And it's not that it's political, like the left or the right, although I understand different parties have used it in the past. But we have to look at it as we are American citizens. We need to protect our families, our borders, our children.
I mean, the words of Patty Morin, Rachel Morin's mother, they're just so striking and so telling. And Senator Bill Hagerty is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Senator, I don't know if you saw the testimony, if you will, of the mother of Rachel Morin, Patty Morin, but I think really what she brought was a punctuation as to how the Democrats are clearly on the wrong side in this debate over Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Dan, I did see it. It's heartbreaking, and I think your description is actually a brilliant one. The Democrats are so far off base in terms of their ability to connect with the American public. It's just shocking to me that they are moving in the direction that they are, arguing over process issues and trying to defend democracy, quote in quotes, because some procedural error that some lawyer found that might be used to bring this criminal back to the United States hasn't been followed. It's just shocking to me, and they look, again, as you said, just completely out of touch. I love the exclamation point because they are far distant from where the heart of the American public is. Her testimony, as you called it, was heartbreaking yesterday.
Senator, you are traveling all across Middle Tennessee this week, and I'm curious. The mainstream media, CNN, and some of these other places, they're trying to make it seem like Republicans and conservatives are abandoning Donald Trump in the midst of this tariff fight, mainly with China. What are you sensing as you drive around the volunteer state?
Well, I've been talking with employers, people that import from China, and I'm probably taking a call an hour from someone who's being impacted by the tariffs or the potential for tariffs. And what I try to remind everybody that I speak with is that we're in the early phases of a negotiation. Those countries that figured that out were in Washington last week, ready to negotiate. Japan, where I served as U.S. ambassador under the first Trump administration, first in line. Prime Minister Shiba talked with President Trump the first thing Monday morning of last week. South Korea, Vietnam. The Europeans are even coming to the table. So what President Trump has done is basically brought everybody to the table to fix trade imbalances that have been off for a long time, Dan. And I think you and I have talked about this before. There are historic reasons for these trade imbalances. It goes back to World War II, when the United States put in place very favorable terms of trade for countries like, countries in Europe, countries like Japan, whose economies had been devastated. We did that because we wanted them to rebuild their economies, not turn toward communism, and to work with us. That was a laudable goal, but those countries now are fully developed. We should have put a time limitation on them. We should have put some type of GDP per capita limit. We didn't. Now you've got fully developed countries with very imbalanced terms of trade with the United States. Take Europe, for example, in cars. We build a car in America, send it to Europe, a 10% tariff is applied to it. They build a car in Europe, send it to us, they only get a 2.5% tariff. No one would argue that's reciprocal. No one would argue it's fair. Yet those are the terms of trade today. Trump is trying to fix it.
Senator, you have long been sounding the alarm on China. We all know what is going on. To me, it seems like this war right now is mainly focused on China. Everyone else is coming in. All the other countries are coming in to negotiate. So what's your position on the war with China? How do you see this whole thing playing out? Are you worried about the markets, and where do you see this whole thing going?
Well, I think it's very interesting where Xi finds himself. President Xi of China threatened to retaliate if Trump imposed tariffs. Trump did. Trump made it clear that were she to retaliate, that he would post additional tariffs on China. She retaliated, and Trump did the same thing. In fact, he did it at 12:01 a.m. last Wednesday of last week. What she didn't appreciate, because I think she was looking at the environment at the time and thinking, well, Vietnam, Cambodia have oppressive tariffs. I've got a lot of company here. What he didn't anticipate was the fact that Trump would drop the tariffs on the other countries in Xi's neighborhood. So now they're all looking at 10% tariffs while she is looking at 145%. China has boxed itself in. The companies that are trying to de-risk their supply chains, that's the polite term for moving out of China, those countries can't go fast enough now. And it's not that they're running to the U.S. necessarily. I hope they will. But they're also going to places like Vietnam. And I think it's only accelerated that. She has boxed himself in. And I think the only way it gets resolved, Ann, is that she and Trump have to meet. I've been with both leaders together. What I saw was a respectful relationship. But that was before COVID hit. Now that we've had a massive breach of trust, I've said this on multiple occasions, that what we need to see now is a leader-to-leader meeting. She needs to come clean. If you think about what China has done in the past, they've stolen our intellectual property, they've subsidized their industries, and they have made it next to impossible for a U.S. company to enter their market, and certainly not on the same terms that we allow China to work here in America. So something's got to change. President Trump is going to see that through. There will be disruption, but it can go one of two ways, Dan. The tariffs can stay high and basically, block out China, or China can come to its senses and move toward market terms. We could see a much lower rate, and I think President Trump is ready to deal. I just think the two leaders need to get to the table as soon as possible to make that happen.
Well, and Senator, it seems like every week or so we are seeing positive ramifications of those tariffs with companies moving manufacturing back to the United States. Last question. I know that our time is limited. Budget reconciliation. The Senate, you folks in the Senate, you folks only wanted to save about, I think it's $4 billion in your version of the Senate. The House wanted to save $2 trillion. I know it's a very surface conversation that what I just said, but I know there's a lot of moving parts here. But where are we at in the process of budget reconciliation, specifically as it relates to the Trump tax cuts?
Well, the Trump tax cuts will be extended. That's a primary focus of the Senate right now and the House. The numbers, I think, have been basically misunderstood for obvious reasons. The way the Byrd rule, it's called, in the Senate works, is if you don't meet or exceed the number of the target that you set for yourself, it blows the whole thing up. So they've set some artificially low numbers just to make certain we don't have any Byrd rule problems in any given subset. But at the same time, the Senate is looking for at least $2 trillion worth of cuts. So I think the House was looking for 1.5. We're looking for $2 or more trillion. So I think we're going to wind up on the same page pretty quickly. That's why the House voted to move forward on this. Leader Thune spent time with the members of the House explaining to them what we're doing. And I think people are clear now that we're going to make some very significant cuts in this budget. It's not going to be enough to fix it in the first year, but we're going to be moving in the right direction going forward.
I think that's just what I think people just want to see for the first time in what feels like a long time, a significant cut and some significant cuts like a lot of the American people are having to do with their own budgets. And Senator, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us, as always, on Super Talk 99.7 WTN and at Nashville's Morning News. Senator Bill Hagerty. He's on the road in Tennessee talking to constituents. Joan Jones is in the WTN newsroom. Joan.
Yeah, Kilmar Abrego Garcia's brush with the law in Tennessee and how that turned out for him in 2022. Also, lawmakers have okayed Governor Bill Lee's budget. We've got that and more coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 8:25 Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. You know, spring wedding season is here. And, of course, bathing suit season is right around the corner. Look, if you're a bride, a bridesmaid, maybe a groom or a groomsman, or you're just not sure how you're going to look in a bathing suit, my friends at Contours can help you look your best. Of course, Contours Med Spa in Cool Springs. Now, their red light technology is going to help you lose 2 inches across the belly on that first treatment, guaranteed. And if you're not happy, you don't pay. Right now, your first treatment is only $99 when you call 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. I've been telling you that is usually a $600 value. The first 10 callers right now, you're going to get that for $99. So whether it is a tux, a bathing suit, whatever you're trying to slide into, Contours Med Spa in Cool Springs, they've been helping people look better and feel more confident with their ultra slim technology. It is FDA approved. It is incredibly unique and one of the only places in Tennessee that offers red light technology. Now, this is for both guys and girls, so check them out right now. First 10 callers get that Belly Buster special, $99. Typically a $600 value, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960, ContoursLLC.com. Avoid the stress of preparing to sell your home with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You can skip the hassle of spring cleaning and sell your home fast for maximum value. You don't have to worry about showings or open houses or costly repairs. Mark Spain Real Estate's guaranteed offer allows you to bypass the market, receive an all-cash offer, and close within days. They've got over 12,500 five-star reviews, and I got to tell you, this is a great company. They've got 67,500 satisfied clients over the last 30 years. So spring into action and sell your home with confidence with Mark Spain Real Estate. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Call them. Tell them I told you to reach out. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. You can find them online anytime at markspain.com and start packing.
Good morning, 8:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. New revelations about Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The Tennessee Star is reporting that he was stopped by Tennessee Highway Patrol in 2022, driving without a license and with 7 others on their way to Maryland. Even though one person in that van was suspected of being on a terrorist watch list, The FBI instructed those officers to let them all go free. The Star's Michael Patrick Leahy tells Dan Mandis he's got some follow-up work to do today.
Contact the Tennessee Department of Safety and Homeland Security and request that they release all documents, all images, and all video related to this particular traffic stop.
He says for now they're protecting the identity of the officers involved in that traffic stop. Tennessee lawmakers have approved Governor Bill Lee's $60 billion state budget, stripping out, though, some money and funding for a starter home initiative and $35 million for conservation of the Duck River. They also remove money for a nonprofit initiative. The passage puts the lawmakers closer toward adjourning their legislative session. Habitat for Humanity just got $46,000 in a check from the state of Tennessee. It'll be used to help build 2 new homes in Murray County this year. That money part of a larger $500,000 statewide grant. Where those homes will be located or when they'll be built still to be determined. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stocks are now trading, and we've got the Dow Jones Industrial starting off 506 points lower this morning. The NASDAQ, however, is up 58 points. The S&P 500 index is on the plus side by 14. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Hey, Joan.
Yeah.
Did you notice, did I do something weird in that last commercial for Contours? Because at 8:26, 3 people tuned in or texted in.
He did not just say that.
Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out. I've got poor KGB listening to my commercial. Like, what did I do? What? I mean, Lord knows what I may have done.
Wow.
But I may have done something.
Boy, this will be fun. We can play it back. It'll be a great last couple of minutes of the show.
That's exactly what we need to do. Anyway, thank you, Joan. 8:32 on National.
Of course.
Only I would be like, find it so we could play it, right? Whatever. It's been a long day. 8:32, Nashville's Morning News. By the way, are you going to post that, Chris? Chris showed me a video that is absolutely horrifying. Did you show Joan?
Yeah.
I showed Joan.
Oh, my goodness. I
couldn't stop laughing,
Okay, hold on. Let's not do it now.
Okay.
But you've got to post that if you're okay with it.
Yeah, I'll post it.
Okay, Joan, were you horrified or did you find it funny or
no,
both?
I found it funny.
I didn't know you could do that.
You didn't know you could do that?
You didn't know that?
No. Okay, no, hold on. We'll do it. We'll do it coming up. Dan Mandis here with a question for you. If your roof is destroyed in a storm, how much of that replacement cost would your insurance company cover? Now, if you don't know, you really do need to ask, because some insurance companies, they refuse to pay full replacement cost. They're going to deduct money for an older roof. Now, this means that the insurance company will depreciate how much they pay for your roof claim. An older roof, they're going to pay you less, and that could leave you on the hook for thousands of dollars. Now, my friends at King & Associates Insurance, they will pay full replacement cost. So whether you have to replace a 20-year-old roof or a 2-year-old roof, they will pay for it to be replaced, period. It is that kind of focus on customer service that makes King & Associates Insurance one of the best insurance companies around. So call them, 615-329-8121, 615-329-8121. Get your royal review, tkinginsurance.com. $8:35, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here for my carpet cleaning company, Zero Res. I've been a client for years and years. One big reason is that they really do help my allergies. Now, carpet is the #1 air filter inside your home. It filters out airborne particulates, pollen, bacteria, you name it. Zero Res is going to filter out the bad stuff so you can keep your filter clean. Zero Res does this, of course, better than anyone. They don't use any harsh chemicals or soaps, just powered water that leaves behind soft and fluffy carpets. Now, remember, a clean filter means a healthier home. And here in allergy season, that is critical for you and your family. So check them out today. Call them, 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376. Book online, zeroresnashville.com.
Got a mess this morning. It's a wreck on 40 eastbound in Lebanon at South Hartman Drive, exit 236, and pretty stacked up behind that as well. And just a reminder that if you're traveling 40 the eastbound side out of Crossville, right before Plateau Road exit 311, there's a crash that blocks off the right lane, and it's been there all morning long, so it must be a heck of a crash, and there's a lot of traffic around that one as well. And also a reminder that TDOT starts their Easter holiday tonight at 6 o'clock through Monday at 6 a.m., so long-term construction closures will still be up, but you won't have any new construction cones set up around the area during that break time. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.836, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so I believe the mystery is solved on how I shanked the Contours commercial. Apparently, I said something about sliding into something.
Oh, did you?
I sure did.
Wow.
Shankzilla strikes again. Anyway, moving right along from there. Whatever.
I kind of liked it.
I don't know exactly what I did, but I don't care. Hey, so let's talk about Chris's video. So he is working maniacally, Joan.
Yeah.
On trying to get music behind this video and make it all like Instagram appropriate. But it's this video where I didn't know you could do this. You describe it. He taught his son a new spaghetti trick.
Yes, I taught Brooks the spaghetti trick.
And this was under the guise of Dad becoming the teacher today, right?
Yeah. So Brooks is Virginia does the homeschooling. Obviously.
Clearly, there's a reason.
Obviously. But every now and again, I get to take the lead on a lesson. So Brooks has been learning about the body. He's been learning about organs and all that kind of stuff. And so we were talking about how everything's connected, and it all works together. God gave us a great body. And so I said, it's kind of like how when you laugh, milk can come out of your nose.
Right.
And they were like, oh, okay. I said, it works the other way, too. And all the kids kind of paused at the dinner table and looked at me and said, what do you mean? Well, you could go through the nose and out the mouth. And we just so happen to be eating spaghetti. So Brooks is my fearless one. And I said, I said, well, grab a piece of spaghetti, wipe the sauce off.
Yeah.
I said, and just sniffle that thing up there. It's going to come out. It's going to come out the mouth. And he did it.
So
he did it. And
but no, the best part is the ending.
Yes. Oh, yeah. At the end, he's just so proud of himself. He's holding up this piece of spaghetti, championing it, and then he eats it.
He ate the spaghetti?
Yes.
He's quite a kid. You must be so proud.
I am. It's on my Instagram story.
Proud dad moment.
Chris Hand on air. The best part is the little laughter in the background. Like, none of the other kids could believe it either.
So
did they try it?
So I didn't know you could do this, and I was so horrified when I saw this. So he sniffed up the spaghetti.
Yes.
And it went
through the nose, out through the mouth.
Yeah.
See, I learned this trick.
Joan, did you know you could do this?
Well, yeah, I have boys. You have boys too, a boy too.
I remember this when I was a kid watching Jackass. They did it with earthworms.
With earthworms?
Yeah, they did it with earthworms.
Oh, man. See, your parents let you watch some really awful stuff.
Well,
that's why you have a potty mouth.
This is why. We did the old spaghetti trick. He was very impressed with himself.
Okay, so I didn't know you could do that, although it makes sense because it is all connected. You know what? This is what happens when you're young and you go to a private Christian school. They frowned upon these things, and by the time you get to be a junior junior high or high school, they stop doing that stuff.
It's other things.
This is what I
that they're
missed.
focused on.
And this will become your legacy, Chris. Like Brooks will be teaching his kids
Yeah.
the exact same lesson.
It was so much fun.
Yeah.
We laughed. We laughed at the dinner table big time.
Oh, I bet. Now, for you folks at home, this is not indicative of typically what happens during homeschooling. It's usually a lot better than this.
Yep.
Joan and I, we were talking earlier about this 10-year-old who is graduating with a couple of college degrees.
Did you see that? How nuts is that?
2 associate's degrees. She started going to college at the age of 8.
Yeah, she said she just loves learning.
Yeah. What were you doing when you were 8 years old? I mean, honestly.
I was playing Ding Dong Ditch.
Yep.
Chris is pulling spaghetti through his
I
nose.
was pulling spaghetti through my nose.
Yeah.
Did your dad teach you that?
No.
My dad didn't teach me that. Suddenly, I feel like I was neglected as a child.
Yeah.
It's like, Dad, what were you teaching me? Clearly, not the fun stuff.
That's a moment. It was a moment that we're gonna giggle about for years. The kids want me to send the video into America's Funniest Home Videos.
That would be perfect. They would love that.
Is that still on?
I didn't even plan to film it. It was Kennedy who picked up my phone and started filming it as it was going down. So shout out to Kennedy,
little filmmaker.
And she said, we're sending this into AFV. We're sending. Well, and now it's not Bob Saget. Do you deal with this with your kids? I'm a Bob Saget guy when it comes to America's Funniest Home Videos. The kids are like, no, we got to send it to Alfonso.
Who's Alfonso?
Carlton.
From
they
Fresh
got a new
Prince.
host.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to be honest. I didn't even know that show was still on.
I don't know. We watch the episodes on YouTube occasionally.
Yeah. Well, see,
I
they're
don't
good.
know if it's still running.
It's a good family thing to watch.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Except when you realize that the majority of the individuals are just hammered drunk.
There is that.
You're like, oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
Is this funny or should we not be showing them this? Grandma's tanked.
Again.
It's like celebrating bad behavior.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what America's, it's like, something happened. You know what? You could probably do a whole entire show with the Shanks on this show.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
You can slide right into that show.
Apparently, that's what I said. Something about sliding into a bathing suit. Whatever. Moving right along. Home Alone 2.
Yes.
Did you see this story?
I did.
About, is it the producer or the director?
It's the director of Home Alone 2.
The director of Home Alone says it is a curse that Donald Trump made a cameo in Home Alone 2.
I think that's the only reason Home Alone 2 is still relevant.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the Trump cameo, would it be the sequel that we all love? Or would it just be...
Can I be honest? I think those movies are so incredibly overrated.
Blasphemy.
Joan?
I don't know. We enjoyed them when they were young.
All right.
When our kids were young, it was funny.
Dan, you're wrong. I'm not even gonna entertain that statement what you just made. You're dead wrong.
Okay. So you three can be wrong and I can be right. That's fine.
Stop. No, I'm not. We're not playing this game. You are just absolutely 100% wrong, and I will not stand for it.
Just for the record,
I will fight you on this.
Chris doesn't believe in Star Wars. So, although you know what? The thing that sucks is with Star Wars, Mark Hamill is such a D-bag.
I know.
He's such an idiot.
That's why I think he doesn't like
I
it.
apologize.
Yeah, well, isn't Bob Saget also one of those?
No, Bob Saget's dead.
Yep.
But wasn't he before he died? He was kind of blue, like...
Wasn't that part of his shtick?
I guess.
I don't know about his political thoughts, but I mean, he was very, he did a lot of cursing.
Yes,
a lot of
that's
dirty
what
stuff.
I mean. A lot of blue
He wore a
humor
49er
kind of
jacket during Full House, so I like him.
Did they ever figure out how he died? Something sketch happened.
Yeah. Didn't he he passed out and rocked his head off the nightstand or something like that?
So he's in a hotel room and he somehow ends up dead with a blow to his head.
Yes.
And nobody could figure out, it was a significant blow to the head. And nobody could figure out exactly what happened. And then the family's like, leave us alone.
Yep. And,
right?
And a lot of the people on the internet at the time, because there was all those coincidences that kept happening where they were saying, is this part of the jab or something like that?
Yes.
Oh, no.
That's right.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
Because there was a string of coincidences.
Yeah, but he had a big thing on his head. He was clearly...
Yeah, but that was right around the Damar Hamlin time, wasn't it? Remember DeMar Hamlin from the Buffalo Bills when he
Right.
randomly went down?
Yeah.
And then LeBron James's kid had a heart attack at
And
17
there were all
or
those
18.
videos of people, news anchors, just falling apart and falling out of their seats.
Yep. So a lot of the internet said, "Oh, another coincidence."
Yep.
By the way, the producers and directors of Home Alone, they thought about pulling that scene from Home Alone.
Which scene?
The Donald Trump scene, Home Alone 2.
Because
Really?
it's too horrifying
Yeah.
for children, apparently.
Yeah, they debated it. The guy says that there's no real way to edit that scene out. There really is. I mean, I don't believe they should edit it out.
No.
But I think that they want to say what they're saying, but you can obviously edit him out if you wanted to. With what you can do with the technology these days, you can have an actor that's long been dead and put them in a current movie, like they did with one of the Star Wars movies, and when they brought back some of the long dead actors to redo their characters. You know what I mean? So they could do that with Donald Trump if they really wanted to, but they obviously don't want to.
No.
And I would recommend they don't.
No, they could superimpose Joe Biden over it. You've seen those videos online.
Well, but Joe Biden would try to sniff him.
They say, which way is this? And then Joe Biden just yells and then wanders off.
In his underwear, scratching his butt. No, I do. I think Macaulay Culkin would ask Joe Biden the question, and Joe would get real close to him, sniff him, and say, "What'd you say?" and sniff him again.
Yep.
I think that's what Joe. If we're going to be, historically accurate, that's what would happen.
Yeah. And if we're being, historically accurate, Macaulay Culkin probably had that done to him enough as a kid.
Michael Jackson. Is that what you're talking about?
Lot of weird stuff.
That is Hollywood. Hey, speaking of which, Letitia James, so you know what's going on with?
Yes. Are you going to play her rant?
I'm going to play her rant.
Oh, this is one for the ages.
This is absolutely one for the ages.
This is her spiraling out of control, right?
Oh, yeah.
To me, this reminds me of Al Pacino at the end of Scarface, right before he gets taken out.
Yeah.
When he's, "Say hello to my little friend." This is her. That's her
My
moment.
mission is clear. I'm focused. I'm prepared. I'm ready. I've been trained by the best. I went to Howard University that overturned legal segregation in this country. I've been taught in those classrooms where Thurgood Marshall once taught. I'm not afraid of no president. Donald Trump, we're ready for you. We're coming for you. We're standing up for you. We're fighting on. We're not going down silent. Victory, my friends, is clear. It's now. And I'm not waiting 4 years. I'm waiting 2 until a speaker by the name of Hakeem Jeffries comes to bring us some rest. Come on, ladies. It's up to us. We saved this democracy before. We'll save it now. Let's go.
She's Denzel Washington at the end of Training Day. King Kong ain't got nothing on me.
I feel like she's spitting on my face.
I know. And everybody was confused in the front row because they couldn't tell if she was looking at them or the people on the other side of the room.
Stop it.
What? I'm just saying.
She also has that the fire and brimstone preacher thing going on, because at the end of her sentence, she says,
all that stuff.
Oh gosh, drives me crazy.
The funny thing is, I mean, clearly she's going on offense when
she should be going into hiding.
She should be going into hiding. She better be out there hiring a better attorney than she is, because it is clear that what she did was she lied on those financial forms to get a more favorable loan, which is exactly what she went after Donald Trump for.
It's poetry, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing. It is awesome, and at least for me, I love the fact that she is. I hope that she's going to go down, because she does need to.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see ultimately what happens. I guess there's been some more evidence, and this is actually, I'm just seeing this now from the Gateway Pundit. Oh, my goodness.
What is it? Come on.
Hey, can this camera see this computer, KGB?
No, it can't.
Oh, too bad.
Actually, it's got a bit of it right now.
Application error. The exception unknown. Software exception. I tried to pull up the new evidence against Letitia James, and I got whatever this is.
Like an error message?
Yeah, it's like an error message. Yeah. Is the Gateway Pundit banned in this building?
In these circles.
Ooh, let me see if I can get it.
I got it.
I'm on it.
Okay.
I'm on it on
Okay.
the
Somebody,
company Wi-Fi.
because for whatever reason, it's not coming up here, and I find that funny. Oh, the entire computer's crashed. I'm sorry, Chris. Good luck with your show.
Ah, perfect. Don't worry about it.
Yes. Anyway, what is the new evidence against Letitia James?
Letitia
Anyone
James,
would like to speak?
Fishy Virginia foreclosure purchase in Martinsville warrants a separate investigation. Her fraud problems just got bigger. Questions now being raised about a foreclosure sale in December of 2008 that involved James as a purchaser. The documents show her name appearing in the final foreclosure accounting for the purchase of a single-family home. Two other names appear. James' first name is misspelled. One has to wonder whether the misspelling was intended to make the transaction harder to track. Yeah, at the time she was serving on New York City Council, she purchased the property at a foreclosure auction sale where full payment was required immediately.
So there's clearly some hijinks and shenanigans.
It appears it would be another mortgage fraud case.
All right.
Oh, I see. This family says that they lost their home to foreclosure by Wells Fargo Bank. Their name is the Finneys. They lost their home, likely recruited Letitia James to buy it back from the bank. Letitia James' mother was from Martinsville. The Finneys may have been friends, former neighbors, even relatives. So she fraudulently got that home. This family went into foreclosure, and she scooped it up at a really great price.
You know, she's sketch. I mean,
Yeah.
Letitia James is sketch as all get out. Letitia, no one is above the law, James.
No one is above.
Or in this
the
case,
law.
it's Letitia James.
Letitia?
Yeah, that's how she misspelled her
You're
name.
going to need a Letitia when the courts are done with her.
Yeah, it is. I've pointed out before how psycho she sounds.
She sounds like an insane person.
She does.
She really lost it there.
Yeah, she sure did.
Could you imagine going on a first date with her? How awkward
No.
would that be?
You know what? I would immediately think stalker.
Do you think you could have small talk with her outside of Donald Trump is evil?
No, that's all she thinks about. That is all she thinks about is Donald Trump is evil.
Yep.
That's it. That's all she talks about. That's all she does. And she ran on going after Donald Trump.
Meanwhile, illegal aliens are lighting people on fire in her city.
That's exactly right.
No big deal.
8:52. By the way, Joe did something really cool.
What?
She got to be a movie extra.
Yes, I heard about that. She's a star.
Absolutely.
I don't think so.
A star is born.
There was a movie that's being filmed at TPAC yesterday, and my husband and I headed down there. We were invited to go and be extras in this movie. So we're unpaid extras, just sitting in the in this theater setting and watching a concert.
And Joan, you've been conditioned for that because you work in radio.
Right. It's a new filming every day.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a lot of fun. We were sworn to secrecy. We can't say what the movie is, but it's the sequel to a very popular Christian movie that was out a few years ago about a singer who was abused by his father.
Okay.
Now, when we go see the movie,
y'all know who it is.
When we go see the movie, can we actually see you in the movie?
Well, maybe. So we were 7 rows back. The first 7 rows were filled by paid actors.
Yep.
And we were the very first row of unpaid actors, and we were right in the middle. So there is a teeny tiny chance that you may see us.
By the way, somebody's trolling me on Twitter.
Somebody's trolling you on Twitter?
Yes.
What are they saying?
doing? Apparently there is now a daily reminder on Twitter
Yes,
that
I saw
did
this.
not invent the word jackhole.
Yeah.
Apparently there's a Jackhole Productions. How do you know that's not my production company?
Jackhole Productions. That sounds familiar. What did they do?
I don't know.
That person sends it to me too, just so that
do
I
they?
understand.
Jackhole
sent it to me
Productions
as
was
well.
started by Jimmy Kimmel and Adam Carolla.
Oh.
But you know what? Here's the thing. I've had Adam Carolla on this show, therefore I can claim that I started the word jackhole.
You're jackhole adjacent.
Thank you, Chris. I'm jackhole adjacent.
That's beautiful.
At times, I'm also a jackhole. All right, so Joan, what's coming up?
Yeah, why the Trump administration may be hauled into court big time. And we'll tell you more about it. It has to do with those deportation flights. That's coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
By the way, Chris, we didn't find out what's coming up on your show.
We got Monica Page reporting live from the White House at 10:05, and then Savannah Hernandez is going to join the show. She has a fascinating story, and I want to stretch this out a little bit longer because I can see you bouncing up and down in your chair, and I know you need to rush to the restroom. So we're going to talk about a lot of stuff. In the 9 o'clock hour specifically, I have several topics that I would like to detail.
You are killing me, Smalls.
No, I'm just messing with you. Sav and Monica, it's going to be an awesome show.
All right, very good. Thanks. I am. It's been a long segment, and I've had a lot to drink.
I forgot to say what's going to happen in the 11 o'clock hour. Can I do that real quick?
If you do, you're going to be cleaning up the studio at 9.
All right, fair.
How do I depend on Xfinity? Let me count the ways. I've got a lot riding on my rock-solid internet from Xfinity. Riker got the homework and all of his gaming. Of course, Amy working all day long from home. And, of course, yours truly always prepping and doing shows from my basement as well. All of that courtesy of my friends at Xfinity. By the way, if something does go wrong, they can make it right with 24/7 customer service for whenever you need it. As you know, with Riker in the house, he's 11. I know a lot of you folks have kids. It is critical that we're able to check out exactly what he's watching, exactly what he's doing. And with Xfinity, you can. You can depend on these folks, so check them out online anytime at Xfinity.com. That's Xfinity.com, 1-800-XFINITY, or stop by a store today. $8:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So the Super Text line has been very active this morning. I don't get to it as often as I would like to, but I appreciate all that you folks send in. And one person says, 4702 says, Dan identifies as the one who started Jackhole. I'll take that.
You're a trans jackhole?
It's exactly right.
A lot of people also taking umbrage with your besmirching of Home Alone and Home Alone 2.
That's okay. Y'all can be wrong. Everybody can be wrong. I don't care. You know, I think maybe part of it, Home Alone 1 was all right.
It was all right.
By the time they got to like Home Alone 17, I was over it.
No, nobody's here defending Home Alone 3+. We're defending Home Alone 1 and 2.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow. Chris Hand is next on WTN.